statement regarding the Open and Public Meetings Act. In accordance with Utah Code 52-04-207 sub 4, the chair has determined that conducting meetings of the Provo City Planning Commission with an anchor location, such as the council chambers, presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present there. These are the facts upon which the chair has made this determination. Utah has been in a declared state of emergency due to novel coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, since March 6, 2020, a disease outbreak which the World Health Organization has characterized as a pandemic. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, state that COVID-19 is easily spread from person to person between people who are in close contact with one another. The spread is through respiratory droplets when an infected person coughs, sneezes, or talks, and it may be spread by people who are non-symptomatic. Federal, state, and local authorities have recommended that individuals limit public gatherings, wear face masks, and follow social distancing guidelines, that individuals exposed to persons experiencing symptoms of COVID-19 self-quarantine for 14 days, and that individuals experiencing symptoms of COVID-19 self-isolate to prevent and control the continuing spread of COVID-19. Notwithstanding that Utah generally and Utah County specifically have been moved to the low-risk, yellow phase, reported COVID-19 cases in Utah County have more than doubled since May 31st, 2020. Physical distancing measures will be difficult to set up and maintain in the council chambers. Therefore, for the next 30 days, all meetings of the Provo City Planning Commission will be conducted entirely via electronic means. Planning Commission meetings are broadcast live and available later on demand at youtube.com user Provo Channel 17. Agendas and support materials are available at provo.org, Planning Commission. To make public comment or join a meeting via telephone, follow the instructions provided on public notices of each meeting. To send comments to the Planning Commission members or weigh in on current issues, email the Planning Commission members at dspublichearings@provo.org. Assigned by Dave Anderson, Planning Committee Chair, and Bill Pepperoni, Director of Development Services.
Thank you, Lori. Before we started, we wanted to do a quick poll of which Planning Commission members could attend a November 18th Planning Commission hearing.
Okay.
So, Deborah, does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. And Lisa?
Yes.
Okay. And Lori?
Yes. And Dave Anderson also said yes.
Okay, so Dave Anderson said yes. Brian, November 18th meeting? Does that work for you?
Yes, that works for me.
Okay, and Daniel?
That works for me too.
Okay, let's see. Did I miss any of them? We were also wondering we might need to do an additional date in December. We're wondering if December 16th would work as an additional date. Does that not work for anyone? So that should work for December 16th?
Sounds like it.
Okay.
Can you tell us the two dates? So in December, will it be the 9th and the 16th, and November will be the 11th and the 18th?
Yeah, so November will be the 11th and the 18th. December will be the 9th and the 16th.
Okay.
Okay, we'll plan on that, and I'll turn the meeting over to you, Lori.
Okay. Well, I am going to turn the work meeting agenda over to city staff and what topics you have to present to us today.
So we just kind of wanted to touch base about the proposed zone change that had been asked for on the west side property. It was jointly owned by the Cox family, and the adjacent property was owned by Smiths. So we
And who is talking?
Hi, my name is David Walter. I'm with the redevelopment agency.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm Keith Morey. I'm the Economic Development Director.
Thank you.
So Provo has worked, extensively with Smiths over the years, ever since this property was initially zoned, to try to get them. So Smiths owns the 3 properties that are shown in red on the screen, if you can see that. And then the Cox Family Trust owns the large piece in the center. And Smiths entered into a long-term lease with the Cox Family Trust, which we understand now has about 8 years left on its initial term. And so we've been working with them to try to encourage them to go ahead and develop the property the way it has been, the way it was proposed and planned for back in 1988, I think. For various reasons, there was a lawsuit that was filed that took time to that took time to work through the court. The competitive landscape changed in the interim, and Smiths has just not moved forward with their plans. And so we tried to encourage them to do that. We've worked with them. We actually suggested at one time swapping the parking lot that they currently have in downtown Provo. That is owned by the redevelopment agency, and Smiths pays a lease payment to us of about $100,000 a year, a little bit more. And we proposed swapping the property with them to give them that property for the properties that are shown on this map. And they just, we made that offer repeatedly since 2019 and have had ongoing conversations with different representatives at Smiths to try to see what their appetite is for pursuing this. And at one time, a representative of Smiths approached the Cox family, I believe it was in 2008, and suggested that they would be willing to transfer the property to the Coxes in exchange for a covenant not to build a grocery store on the property. And they were trying to get out of the lease in 2008. So that was told to us by both the Coxes and a representative from Smiths. So in order to get out of the lease, that the Smiths would transfer the property to the Coxes in exchange for a covenant not to build a grocery store on the site.
So basically what the situation that's left the city in, we recognize that there's a large demand for an additional grocery store. I think everybody recognizes the ideal location that this represents for that type of a retail facility. But because Smiths has suggested historically that the market isn't right for them or there isn't enough rooftops, they haven't wanted to release the property because of their concern that if someone else does build something there, it has the potential to cannibalize the existing Smith store in the downtown. So after trying to negotiate through that process or trying to find a way to make some kind of development happen on the property and not being able to facilitate anything, we've made various attempts to contact and work with them and work with their corporate offices. We, after having multiple meetings internally to try to brainstorm what a potential alternative would be, we felt like a possibility would be to rezone this property to something else so that it takes the competition problem for Smiths off the table. We've been very clear with Smiths that we love them in our community. We don't want to hurt them at all. But if they recognize this as a possible competitive site, possibly moving the commercial opportunity here might relieve them of that concern. Because one of the additional problems that we've had is as we've approached other grocers about developing on the west side, they're very interested until they realize that Smiths owns this property. And because they own the property, even though they don't have a current intent to build on it, they aren't interested in pursuing it. And I think the reason why is that there's a legitimate concern that if someone went through the process to acquire another piece of property for a grocery store and started the development process, if Smiths at that point saw that and recognized that as a trigger and decided to go ahead and move forward on this, they wouldn't want to compete with them in such a small, west side market. And so we just haven't been able to entice other grocers to look on the west side at all. So this is just a proactive attempt on our part to either stimulate a conversation with Smiths or to remove it from it being a potential problem for them so that we can pursue alternative sites on the west side.
Okay. So what questions do commissioners have? Deborah Jensen? You are muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I refresh my memory. Are we proposing to rezone the Smith's parcel to mixed use? Is that correct? Or did
Well, the
we have
proposal that went before you was for MDR, medium density residential. We don't have a mixed use zone. We have some zones that allow mixed use, like the downtown zones, campus mixed use. But those zones probably aren't appropriate for this property. The building height allowed in those zones is much taller than what we'd want here. Based on the last comment of Planning Commission about the interest in mixed use, we've thought about perhaps leaving the frontage, which would include about 3¼ acres, the frontage along Center Street, in either a SC1 or an SC2 zone that would allow for some additional commercial pads, and then do the MDR zone back behind that.
Thank you.
One time years ago, I live on the west side of Provo.
You had a what?
Every day. I live on the west side of Provo. Drive by that spot here several times a day. Years ago, there used to be a little market there. Before all this got started, they tore down the homes and were there and decided that Smith was going to build the grocery store and everything. We really need a grocery store on the west side.
Yes, we do.
It's just, and I don't know what we have to do to get it. I mean, I don't know why Smith's is so fearful of it. Well, I can see why. I guess they figure they're going to lose business. Have they ever done any kind of a survey to see if people on the west side support Smith's up here?
Well, I think they know that there's a.
They know, or do they guess?
I think they know that there's a strong desire. One of the problems you have when you deal with a large national retailer like that is they develop statistics and analysis based on how they build their stores all over the country, right?
Sure.
So they bring whatever model that is that they put together to bear on every location, and then they make a determination. So even though you and I would say, and everybody that you would talk to would say, we need to have a store on the west side, they look at their numbers and say, well, to make that determination, we have to have so many rooftops, or we have to have so much of a market to tap into. And if they don't find that, then a lot of times they're reluctant to move forward. And I think that's what they've looked at historically. Now, we're continuing to share information with Smiths on the build out opportunity on the west side, how many lots have already been built and how many have been approved. And, maybe at some point, they shift their position, but historically, they just haven't been willing to. They felt like the market wasn't ready, that their current store in downtown Provo is doing very well, and they don't want to compromise that.
So according to Wayne Parker, several years ago, I don't remember this, so I don't know how many years ago it was, but according to Wayne Parker, there was a market study that was done with Smiths and the city both cooperating on that. And it was that market study, I'm sorry?
It was 2017.
2017. It was that market study that suggested that a grocery store here would have some impact on the downtown store. Obviously, the city would love to have a grocery store here. The Kruger company owns several different grocery store brands. We'd love to pursue a discussion to put one of those other brand stores here, maybe a smaller footprint store, to try to make something happen, and we'd still be interested in pursuing that. So we're having those discussions continually with Smiths, but to me it has seemed pretty clear for a while now that the entity that owns or controls the property doesn't have much interest in it in being commercially developed. And if that is the case, if that really is the case, the bottom line is this might as well not be zoned SC2, right? The entity that owns it or controls it really doesn't want it to develop commercially, even to the point where they're willing to trade away their ownership with a deed restriction that it not be developed for a grocery store. If that's the case, then all the SC2 zone is serving to do is scare away other interested users.
Okay, the Cox family had some concerns at the public hearing. Have they contacted you? Have you had any more communication with them since
Yeah,
that hearing?
we've had several conversations with them. I think initially when we started this process, they misunderstood and thought that our intent was just to take away the opportunity for them to develop the property with Smiths, and that we would rezone it to some low density residential. Once we had the conversation with them to help them understand that all we were trying to do was free up the agreement that they have with Smiths, so that Smiths no longer had a concern, and so that the owner, Cox family, could develop a higher density residential product that would allow them a good return on the property investment that they have. At that point, they seemed very reassured that was okay, but they wanted to have some follow-up conversations with Smiths, which I think that they've done. And so far, I think what Smiths has suggested is, they don't have the information that they would need to make a determination right now.
Okay, Lisa, do you still have questions?
Yeah, I had that same question you had, but also have you had a conversation with Smiths about what your plans are for MDR?
Actually, we have. We did talk to them. We've sent all the notices back to their corporate offices, and the mayor's office actually sent a letter to the presidents of Kroger and to Smith telling them that, we love Smiths. We don't want to do anything to create a rift between us, but we think that this is a potential problem for you and for us. And so we're proposing to rezone it to residential and asking for their input. And we haven't received any response back from those letters.
Okay, so we still don't know what their opinion is, but the outreach has taken place.
Well, the conversation that David and I had with the Smiths representative, her comment was, that they, I think partly because they're all working remotely, they hadn't received the legal notice that we had sent out for the Planning Commission about the zone change. But we made sure that she has that. She just wanted more time to kind of understand what the market is in our area. And so that's kind of what their position is, that they really don't have the information to make a determination right now to go ahead and build a store.
The reason I ask is because without any input from Smiths, I have a hard time believing they're just going to suddenly sell the land and be excited about it being residential and be rid of it. Like, I know that they have said in the past that they don't plan to develop it, but I would be worried that they still wouldn't be willing to let it go and it would still be locked up.
And that's a risk. I mean, I think what we're trying to, we're kind of in that awkward spot, right? Where we understand the demand and the need for a grocery store on the west side. We have a corporate owner whose needs are different than ours are, of course, right? And their perspective of when a store may, quote, need to go in place, could be 10 years from now when the market has filled out and there's enough demand that it won't take shoppers from their existing store. And from our perspective in trying to evaluate that, we just have not sensed that there was a tolerance in the community to wait 10 more years or whatever it might be to allow that to be built. And so we were trying to find a way to facilitate a store on the west side. And as long as this location is kind of boxed out because Smiths isn't able to, there just isn't anything that's going to happen until Smiths decides to. And so from our perspective, you have two choices, right? You either wait for Smiths to decide based on whatever criteria they have that it's time to, and that may be next summer, it may be 5 years, it may be 10 years from now. Or you have to find some way to get a little more control and create other opportunities in other locations. So that's why we're moving this forward.
Okay. Dave? You're muted.
Thank you. Keith, I think you answered some of the questions that I have already. It doesn't sound like there's necessarily been much dialogue with Smiths.
Yeah, there actually has been quite a bit.
Yeah.
For years.
There has been. So you've talked to their local folks quite a bit in recent years?
Yes.
So when they say that they want a little more time to, maybe study the situation and numbers and that type of a thing, what's your thought on that?
Well, we're happy to give them more time. But I would prefer taking this through the planning commission process, letting the planning commission make a recommendation on it, and then stall it from going forward to city council while they continue to do the market study that they want to do or whatever else they want. We don't want to chase away an opportunity if we think they may really move forward. On the other hand, I think we want to send the message that the city really does want to see something different happen. The city does want to kind of get control of this, our future. We want to get that control back, where Smith has been controlling that outcome for 20 years now. So we're happy to work with them on continuing to try to pursue a store here.
Those are very bold comments. The idea that, somebody would take control, drive the decision-making that a company like Kroger goes through when they decide what they're going to do in the middle of Utah. I think it's a very ambitious train of thought that leads somebody to think that they're going to influence, what happens with a company like that. We're talking about a company that has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in rent on the site over the years, a company that wanted pretty badly, right, to open a grocery store on the site a couple of decades ago, which I guess that's maybe a little bit anecdotal relative to what we're talking about right now. But in terms of the viability of other sites and how those might rank on the west side of Provo relative to one another, market study, market analysis, different things like that. So that let's say that the scheme that we're talking about here comes to fruition, and that this site develops such that you don't have a 100,000 square foot grocery store on it. How viable are other sites, and what evidence do we have to prove that? So that's one question. Another kind of follow-up to that is, and Keith, I think you said it well, you don't know necessarily whether this change would lead to another grocery store in 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years. And you can correct me if I heard that wrong, but that's absolutely how I see it. I mean, there's absolutely nothing.
I think we're kind of saying the same thing, but we're saying a little bit differently. I think what I was trying to say is, we really don't know when Smiths could decide that the market is ripe for them to build a second store. And so part of the awkward situation that we're placed in is, do we want to be in that kind of a situation where, even though we're hearing of the demand and the need for a grocery store on the west side, we're willing to wait until the person that owns or has control of the property decides that it's appropriate for them to move forward, whether that be 1 year or 5 years or 10 years, or do we need to try to facilitate and make something happen on our own? And I mean, that's really what economic development is all about, right? It's when the citizens in the community and the planning commission and the city council say, there's a need here, how do we make something happen? Then economic development tries to find way, and redevelopment, to put pieces of property together, or to put tax increment tools, or to put whatever we have to try to facilitate development that maybe is struggling happening on its own. And that's exactly where this is. I mean, this is an ideal location, but it just isn't going anywhere. And so from an economic development perspective, what can we do to try to move that forward?
So I appreciate that. Relative to the timing, I guess the question maybe that I have specifically is there somebody else in the wings? Is there somebody else that's ready to pull the trigger? What assurance does anybody have that this change would, maybe put another entity in a position to where they'd be comfortable investing in the west side of Provo? I haven't heard anything yet really that makes me feel like that's the case, that there is somebody that has found another site that they're ready to act on, and that should be some compelling reason to take this off the market.
Well, one of the things that we're talking about tonight in the study session as well is the zone change on the property on the south end of Provo on Lakeview and I-15, right off of the freeway. That represents another opportunity for a possible retail location where a possible grocer could be. Historically, the Ivory project that's proposed on the northwest part of Provo City had considered the possibility of a retail anchor of some sort, like a grocery store up there as well. And so that's another possibility that could be pursued. Do we have somebody in our pocket today that says they'll build a store tomorrow? No, we don't. But that we have talked to, and I haven't been here for those discussions, David has been, other grocers who have said they would be interested in the west side, but for the fact that Smith's has the option on this piece of property. And so because of that, they have not taken seriously the prospect of looking at another site on the west side of Provo.
Okay, thank you. And again, just the idea, the need, I think certainly a need before a community flies as blindly into this, I think, as we are. And I don't mean that as a criticism, but I really don't think staff has a lot of information at their fingertips other than, kind of some anecdotal assumptions and beliefs about what might happen. Market study, feasibility analysis, there are all kinds of people out there that understand the different things like you touched on. I mean, Kroger, certainly they have a very well-refined set of criteria that they absolutely have to have met before they'll pull the trigger and invest someplace. I think most other retailers that would be talking about, grocers for this part of the community, have similar things. I certainly would want to understand what other sites are out there and whether or not they met those fundamental criteria before this is taken out of the equation. And I think there is some legitimate science that can be applied to that. Has there been any talk about trying to be a little bit more deliberate before this progresses?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I would say, Dave, that we haven't been deliberate. I think we're relying on the information that's been collected historically, like the market analysis that was done in 2017 that Bill and David mentioned. And I think just common economic development practice knowledge that a possible site right off of the freeway on Lakeview represents prime retail opportunity. I mean, I think you can do a market analysis on that, but I think you could probably talk to a handful of development specialists that would tell you pretty straight up that that's not in question about whether that's a possible retail, a strong possible retail prospect.
And I appreciate that, and I certainly would tend to agree with that. But we're discussing something here fundamentally that you don't get another bite at, right? I mean, if this property develops without having a grocer on it, you don't get to go back and revisit that in 5 years or 10 years or ever. So I think having somebody verify what you're saying becomes very important. In my experience, it's very customary for communities to do that, and for whether they're volunteers working on something or elected officials to have demands relative to having that science applied. It's peanuts relative to the expense when compared with what's at stake. So I feel really strongly about that. And frankly, before this change happens, I'd love to have Smith's, be a part of the dialogue with the Planning Commission. I know that they don't have the same kind of local representation that they had just a few years ago, but hearing their perspective firsthand becomes really important for me. So I guess that's not a question as much as it is just a thought. And obviously, I have reservations about this, like I shared the last time we talked about it.
Thanks. Brian, you had comments?
Yeah, so it seems like to me, this particular parcel, I'll start out with saying, would love to have Smith's here. And it would be great if Smith's would come in here. And as I've been trying to wrap my brain around why Smith's hasn't come in, because the community wants it, everybody's thrilled to have it on that site. There would be no pushback whatsoever, and I think it would be a well-used store. So it almost seems like Smith's is their own worst enemy because of the downtown Smith's. It's preventing this, whereas if this was owned by a different grocery store, I guess this is my question. If this was owned by a different grocery store, do we believe one would already be in? Like, is the market right for other grocery stores, but it's not because Smith's already has a downtown store?
Yes, I mean, I think we've been told that straight up by other grocers that if Smith's didn't have an option on this piece of property, that they would seriously be pursuing a grocery store opportunity here at this location.
Okay, so it doesn't make sense for Smith's because they already have a store. But other people who don't have a store nearby, it makes perfect sense.
Sure, sure.
Oh, that is a frustrating conundrum, given that it kind of frustrates me a bit because we're not doing what's best for the people of Provo. We're doing what's best for Smith's. And that becomes very frustrating that the corporate interest, again, is taking precedence over what's best for the city, what's best for the community, the people who live here. Can't do it because of this conundrum. That's really frustrating.
No, and Brian, I mean, I think that's a really, really good point. I mean, maybe just to put it in context, I mean, it's not that Smith's is the bad guy, right?
Exactly. I'm not saying that.
No, I know you're not. I'm just kind of restating that. I mean, they have a corporate vested interest in protecting their markets wherever those markets exist all around the country. And so as they evaluate this, they look at a site here in relationship to their existing market share. And they think that it has the potential of taking customers from that existing market. Now, you're right, a competitor wouldn't view it that way, right? Because a competitor would say, if I can take shoppers from that market, that's fine. I would want to do that. And so I think that's the disparity that exists is Smith's, because Smith's has the store, they want to protect that, and their interest in moving forward on this site right now is limited by their need to protect their current market share. I know the grocers wouldn't see it that way.
Right, which it just...
And that leaves us holding the bag.
Yeah, that leaves all the neighborhood as the losers. All the people who are around here, as well as the increased traffic to other stores, walkability can't happen. Like, making this neighborhood an amazing, cool neighborhood can't happen because of a corporate interest who doesn't even live here. Really frustrating.
Yeah. I have a question going back to Bill's comment about us approving the zone change, but then holding that basically in legal limbo. What are the ramifications of that?
You're not approving, you're making a recommendation to the city council.
Okay.
There aren't any legal ramifications. It remains zoned SC2 until the city council decides to do something other than that. And if they came in with a application even after you made that recommendation, we would move forward with their SC2 request.
Bill, are there other zones that would allow for smaller grocery stores to go in there?
Are there other zones? Robert's asking if there are other zones that would allow a smaller grocery store. On the west side.
Or are you talking about at this location?
Yeah, at this location. I mean, could it be zoned?
Well, but the problem is Smith's has the option agreement on it right now. And so they don't want to do it on their own, and they don't want to allow someone else to do something else.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on
And
the large blue piece, they have a lease on it.
The Cox family has a contract that is tied up for at least the next 8 years with perhaps an option to extend, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Other commissioner questions? Okay, I think,
One quick thought, Madam Chair.
yes,
So as we're talking about the west side, we're saying everything west of the freeway, correct?
Correct.
right.
I'm trying to think, is there anything? I was kind of thinking there at 8th North, if there was a spot just on the other side of the freeway that might fit a grocery store that would kind of do the same thing. With the future potential widening of 800 North, could that be something there that a grocery store could go in? Is there any land there? I don't know if that's ever been
I
looked
think that
at.
they've looked at a number of them that have come up before, but it sounds like the next agenda item is going to at least address one alternative site. Is that what I understood?
That's correct.
And so I think let's move on with agenda item 2. And Dave, do you want to take over? He's just...
Hey, you're doing a great job. You want to finish up the work session?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead with development services.
Oh, okay. Actually, Rachel, can you make it possible for me to share my screen? We're trying to social distance a little bit more, so.
I just made you a co-host, Robert, so you should be able to share it.
Perfect. Thank you. So just 1 second, and I will bring.
Great to see your face, Robert.
Thanks.
Yes, instead of the mask.
Yeah.
That's the other reason. I always feel like Darth Vader. Okay, so hopefully you all can see this. So what we wanted to do at this point was kind of just give a little bit of introduction and get your thoughts as the Planning Commission members on some things that we are proposing. So most of you who have been on the Planning Commission or have been associated with Provo City and the way that they do things will know that historically, whenever a property is considered for a zone change, generally there is a project that's going along with it.
Hey, Robert, you've got,
Yeah.
for some reason on our screen, you've got one of your function menus up in the middle of the screen. It says next, previous, go to slide. I don't know if the Planning Commission is seeing that too.
I am not seeing that. I just see the map.
Okay.
Okay. You guys, everybody see the map up on your screen?
Not now.
Not now.
We did a second ago.
I see the map.
Now?
I see the map, but maybe Robert, you should share it again.
Okay.
So like stop and then start again.
There we go. We've got it.
We've got it now, Robert.
Perfect. Okay. So anyway, historically in Provo, zone changes have always been associated with a project. And we wanted to talk about this particular property that is down on Lakeview Parkway. And over here, this is 5th West. And so the university interchange with I-15 is here. Currently, this property is zoned A120. So traditionally large agricultural property right next to the Lakewood neighborhood. We have various members of the departments have received several questions and inquiries about this property from potential developers and things like that, because there are a lot of questions, and specifically one of those is the zoning. What would that allow? In the Southwest area plan, the future land use map, this area is actually on that map and designated as commercial and with 10 acres of LDR. And so that actually brings up quite a bit of ambiguity because commercial could be several different things. One thing that as a department working together with economic development, we wanted to suggest the idea of actually pre-zoning a property to take away some of that ambiguity that would allow both potential developers the understanding of what could and what could not be built there, and also give some assurances to the city council on the types of proposals that they'll be seeing, to the planning commission on the types of proposals that you would be seeing, and to the neighborhood to know that there are, instead of seeing a broad range of different types of proposals with many different types of uses, that they could be assured that in the future there would only be a select number. The reason this came about was because in almost every inquiry and every possible proposal, it always involved a significant multifamily use on the site. The Lakewood neighborhood has been very vocal to staff, to council, to the Planning Commission, that it is not a desire of theirs to have multifamily on this particular site. And so it was becoming a bit frustrating to constantly see these applications that always involved multifamily. So in talking with Keith, we thought, well, what if we just went ahead and pre-zoned the property to something that would not allow that? This is one of Provo's only interchanges, and how could we preserve that? So I'm just going to come to this new map.
Before you go away, I was just going to make sure everybody understood that the CMU zone on the other side of the freeway, that's the new medical school, right?
That's correct.
So we were looking at having a relatively high density, at least a couple of apartment buildings there.
Correct. As well as this is where the mall and Home Depot, all of that, that's SC3, which earlier, I think last year was amended to allow multifamily and to allow some residential uses. So that's also a really important consideration. Thank you for bringing that up, Laurie.
Okay.
So can you guys see this new map?
Bigger?
Basically, it looks almost exactly the same. And our suggestion and our recommendation is to rezone the entire property to the FC2 or freeway commercial zone. That zone allows a multiplicity of commercial uses that would allow things like a large big box store, a grocery store, hotels, restaurants, offices, those types of things. But it does not have a multifamily or residential component to it. So all of that area would be preserved and specifically retained for those commercial uses along there. The other thing that we were suggesting is that instead of having 26 acres of commercial and 10 acres of LDR, that in all likelihood, those that would be seeking to develop this area would probably prefer to have the entire area as a commercial opportunity. And then what we were proposing in the language, and I can bring that up for you, was instead of having the LDR zone along here, but instead to increase and require a larger landscape buffer that would still allow separation between the neighborhood and whatever is going to be developed here on this site, but wouldn't essentially move the residential closer to the commercial. We think that that long strip of LDR that's proposed there that density could easily be transferred somewhere else in the southwest area, probably at a better location that would allow for more contiguous type of development. So that's basically all I had. Keith, Bill, Dave, anything you guys want to share?
No, I think you said it exactly right. I mean, there's a couple of reasons for this approach. One is the applications that we were getting that were at odds with what the future land use map suggested for this property. In other words, residential property, when our hope is that it will be commercial. But the other one was exactly this issue that we're talking about, trying to identify other possible retail locations where a grocery store could locate that would solve the West Side grocery store issue. And so I think this does a couple of things. It creates a development opportunity. Right now, developers aren't really looking at this property except for as a residential opportunity because of the zoning. And because there's not really a commercial zoning opportunity on this property, they're trying to maximize the return on their investment with heavy density residential. That really doesn't fit our future land use map plan. It doesn't serve the needs of the community, and it doesn't create the needed buffer that the residents in the neighborhood to the north have asked for. And by doing this, I think it allows us to stay true to the future land use map. I think we can create the buffer that the residents to the north want with the landscape buffer better than by creating more residential on the north end. And it creates a commercial opportunity that will allow us to market this piece to developers ready to go ahead. It's zoned and ready for them to pursue a retail development like a grocery store anchor.
Okay, Dave? You're muted.
It's like the hashtag phrase of 2020.
Yes, it has to be.
People, honestly, they regularly complain about how sensitive my mic is, so I've gotten in the habit of always hitting the mute, but this for me is a no-brainer. Preserving sites for non-residential uses that seem to often be the last that really become viable in the marketplace. Residential uses, you know, you can put dwellings just about anywhere at any point in time and people will buy them, and that works really early on in a community's development. So from a preservation perspective, I really appreciate this. I think probably there are some dimensional needs that make it really important to focus on the idea of limiting the amount of room maybe that's used as a transition between some kind of non-residential development here and the neighbors to the north, like Mr. Mills described. Along the same lines, kind of like I was suggesting before, if there are other sites, particularly on the west side, where you might say that's kind of the most green or juvenile, you know, in terms of a development perspective, would be considered part of Provo. Making sure that we're doing the same thing for other sites that in the future might have some viability, making sure that the general plan, you know, is consistent with what might work from a non-residential perspective, and going ahead and getting the properties zoned. I do not ever support the idea of zoning property in advance of residential development, just because of how much harder that is to manage. I feel completely different about retail in particular, but you know, non-residential uses, whether it's professional office or whatever, I just think that's a lot easier to manage once the zoning's in place. So that's probably enough for me on it. Thanks.
Okay, Deborah?
Thank you. I agree with everything Dave just said. I think it's very important to, if you anticipate this is your important freeway access commercial zone that you would like to see developed that way and not developed into some sort of multifamily or other residential, then I would strongly support zoning it commercial for now. And also indicating that on the land use map. My other question concerns the DOT study for the third Provo interchange. Do we know where they are at that in that process? Because that could also reveal a potential site if we knew where that's going to land, if it's indeed going to be 800 north or somewhere else. That would be a very interesting process to track in terms of zoning and how you would see other commercial properties fitting into the mix on the west side. And I guess my last comment is concerning something that was raised by Mr. Henry at the last hearing, and that was that this site is fairly large, and zoning it commercial would be step number one. But I think the city might want to be a little more proactive and do an actual study of how that potential development could look, so that you could try to avoid having pod development and have something that's a little more integrated, attractive. I know funds are always an issue, but I don't think it would be too expensive to do a small area plan for a rezoned area that large.
Okay,
That's all I have.
thank you. Brian?
Never find my mouse. Okay. Wow. This for me is why I get up in the morning. These types of projects and what the potential I see for this piece. Now, help me understand, Robert, is this all one piece of property or is it multiple pieces of property that someone can build?
It's all owned by the same person, but it's obviously two parcels separated by the road.
Right. The road's in the middle there. As I think about this area with East Bay just across the freeway, to me, that's big box heaven over there. Do we really need more big box? And do we want to separate that by a freeway? And as I think about the potential of what, especially north of Lakeview Parkway, I think we could have something really awesome there with that size of a property. Kind of what I'm thinking. In Denver, there's a place called Belmar. I think the closest thing in Utah is Farmington Station, which half of Farmington Station is awesome and amazing and cool, and the rest of it is the terrible strip mall, big box garbage kind of stuff. And if nobody's ever been, or if any of you have never been to Farmington Station, I was actually just up there about a week and a half ago, and I thought, we need to come have what do you call it?
I should do a field trip.
Because the contrast of the development style between the central part of Farmington Station and what they built around it, it's a wonderful place to study to see what we could have. And to me, this just could be the coolest thing, to have this really great kind of downtown Main Street feel, walkability place in Provo that would really re-energize the west side, the south side. I know we have the mall there. What does the mall become? I know a lot of people are converting malls right now to do kind of what I'm describing. A part of me thinks, do we rethink this site as something fresh and new, where we could create a really cool date night, weekend, go visit, walk around, visit the shops kind of place. I'd even be happy to throw together a couple quick sketches to get the inspiration going on this, to not waste this opportunity. To me, this is a humongous opportunity to create an incredible place with some housing, with some walkability, some beautiful shops, like Riverwoods on steroids, kind of a place. So anyway, I'm like,
our time is up. Dave and Deborah, I would give you each 30 seconds, but that's all. Is that enough? Or do we want to bring it back in 2 weeks?
That's enough for me.
Okay.
I was just going to say that the Utah Planning Association had their conference, I want to say 3 years ago, at Farmington Station, and did a whole presentation. It was developed by a master developer with a lot of input from the city. It was very ambitious. Parts of it, I think, are quite successful. Other parts are just ho-hum. But it does include housing, office, residential of various scales. And you may be able to get some information from Utah Planning Association on the presentations on that.
Yeah,
that's it for me.
That's great.
Good. Thank you. Dave, real quick, we need to have at least 5 minutes.
You're muted.
I don't want to sound like a downer relative to what Mr. Henry and Deborah both just said, I agree completely relative to what I'd love to see, but having a market analysis that gives us some feel for what's realistic and what can happen here. CenterCal that developed Farmington Station, there's nobody bigger, there's nobody that can afford to swing and miss like they could have. They happened to swing and hit it for sure. To some extent, I feel like we already have Farmington Station in the Riverwoods, and we can look at how that's evolved. Maybe not in the best ways over the years, because some of the fundamentals from a market perspective just weren't there to support their original vision. So having that data to use relative to what we plan for this site, what it looks like, whether it's like the big box side of Farmington Station that I think, we probably lament in some ways, but yet it's that side of Farmington Station that generates a heck of a lot of revenue for the community. And that's where people shop in the community. And I think the community values that quite a bit. And last quick comment, I think to some extent, this is a test relative to how badly does the city want retail and maybe a grocer on the west side. Kroger's not going to do, a Farmington Station kind of development. Walmart's not, Winco's not. And I think nobody in the market likely would at this point. So, and again, just in terms of balancing priorities and goals and things like that, I think we need to make sure that we're being as pragmatic and realistic as we can be.
Okay, good point. I'm going to call it. We've got 5 minutes, and 6 o'clock. Be back so that we can start the hearing. Thanks everyone.
Everybody.
Commissioner Urquiaga going ahead and taking care of some of the initial business. So we'll just move on now. I'm going to go ahead and just start with a roll call, and not necessarily in any magic order, but Commissioner Jensen, Deborah Jensen.
I am present and I have no conflicts this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Urquiaga.
I am present, no conflicts.
Commissioner Jones.
Present with no conflicts.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Present, no conflicts.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
Present, no conflicts.
Commissioner Henry.
Present, no conflicts.
I am present. I have no conflicts. That's Dave Anderson. Commissioner Knutson.
Again.
We'll,
Present, no conflict.
excellent. Thank you. And is it correct that Commissioner Phillips is excused tonight? We believe, at least. Okay.
Correct.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, that being the case, we're going to step right into items 1 and 2. I'm going to go ahead and read those in together, and then we'll turn things over to staff for a presentation. Item 1, D.R. Horton request a zone change from A1.20 to the low-density residential zone for approximately 18 acres located at 1920 South, 500 West. Item 2, D.R. Horton request concept plan approval for a townhome development located at 1920 South, 500 West in a proposed low-density residential zone. Mr. Ardmore.
Thank you. So I'm going to present these two items together. First, let me just run through kind of the proposal as it is, and then I can kind of go into the staff report and describe the issues that staff have with this item. So here you can see the property on Lakeview Parkway and 500 West, just vacant parcel south of the Osprey subdivision. There it is with overlay of the desired development. Let me zoom into that. So you can see here on the proposed concept plan for the LDR zone, you've got 3 different product types, all townhomes, all 2 stories. At 206 units. They've got their main access coming down through the Osprey development and out to 500 West. They've got private street network to access the remainder of the units. They've got some open space kind of dispersed throughout the development. We'll talk more on that later. To go through the elevations of the products they have, this is the most abundant of the 3 unit types is the Demont Dalton. They've got 112 of these in the concept. You can see here, it would look from straight on and how they're handling the street access. So one of the design standards in the LDR zone is fronting the units to the street. So what they've done to try to address that is turning this door on the end of the unit to the street. And they've done the similar thing to the Millbrook. These garage units are off of the main drive. These are accessed on private drives. But they've got the door here to front the street. You could see kind of a minimal window openings out to the street in that elevation. And then the Westfield, again, they've got a door facing the street, pretty minimal, but that's just to meet the design, try to meet the design standards. With this development, because it's on the southwest portion of the city, they have to phase in the units. Here's their phasing plan to meet that standard of Title 15, where it states that you can only bring in 40 units at a time. So the initial phase has this portion being developed, and requires the access road to go all the way through. So that's why that's in the first phase. And then you can see how that would continue on moving east. Here's our open space plan. So they are showing, this is one of the items that you probably read in the staff report that planning staff has issue with. They're showing 3.9 acres or 21% of the site in open space, with 20% being the minimum requirement of the LDR zone. They're showing that they meet that. However, once you take away building setbacks, rear and side setbacks indicated in the red boxes of the buildings, and then property that is city property. So this is right of way for Lakeview Parkway on the south and right of way for 500 West on the east. When you take those away, they're definitely below the 20%. So that's what you read in the staff report, where staff has indicated they do not meet the open space, and that is one of our reasons for recommending denial on this project. Furthermore, if you look at the old plan versus the new plan, so if you recall, this item was on your agenda before, but was continued because we ran out of time. You may also recall we were recommending approval on the former submittal. In between that hearing and today, we've been meeting a lot with the developer on how this is going to work, how the public access is going to work, how the street fronting is going to work, utilities, all these different things. And they came back with additional units and less open space. So they brought their project further out of compliance with the LDR zone. I've highlighted some of those major changes where we had an open park here on the northeast. They brought in 7 more units. They added 2 more units here, another unit here. They had a better open space kind of with this tot lot and volleyball kind of joined through a sidewalk and a crosswalk. They moved that over here and added another unit, and then they added another unit here on this one. So they 11 more units on the site. Staff feels that, well, one of 2 things. First, that this plan doesn't meet the purpose and objectives of the LDR zone. We feel it does not meet the character of a single-family detached neighborhood as the purpose and objectives of the LDR zone states in the heading. It doesn't meet the open space requirement. And there are some design standards that are technically being met, but staff feel like it really isn't meeting the kind of the spirit of those design standards. And another thing that we've realized in reviewing this plan, we've been reviewing it for a year now, is that if this is what the low density residential zone can bring, then we probably need to adjust some changes in the other LDR zone to have it be that complementary zone to a single family detached neighborhood. This is kind of a pretty harsh transition from the development to the north. So those reasons and those illustrated in the staff report is why staff is recommending denial. I'm open to questions on anything in the reports, but that's all I have for presentation.
Mr. Ardmore, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Ardmore?
Commissioner Jensen has her hand up.
You might need to help me while I familiarize myself with Zoom. Commissioner Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is questions for staff, but it may also need to be addressed by the developer. I see a lot of impervious surface between rooftops, drives, driveways, streets. How are they managing stormwater on site? is one question I have with so little green space. And I appreciated you put the line drawing in the existing aerial because you can really see there that this plan for me is an exercise in how to cram as many units as possible on a site with no regard for context. And there's a street grid just to the north of this development. They may know, they have one connection to it. That's it. I don't know, is that because there are existing homes?
That's correct.
Okay, so that was the only place they could connect.
Right.
All right, those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, I was wondering if the developer was ever given a recommendation, because I look at the housing on the north end of it, and it just seems that the open space should be more dispersed throughout the development. If I'm buying a townhome there, I don't want to have my kids run, head over to that open space along 500 West, or heading across the street, which based on the density might be a busy street, but it seems that north, all the north units seem to have very, it seems like they should have an open space somewhere in between those, I guess, 5 big sections of housing. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Henry.
So I was a bit impressed. Townhome developments are probably my least favorite design, mostly because they just feel so inward facing, and especially a front loaded townhome. I don't think there's a worse a product type. As I got looking at this one though, I was kind of excited to see along Lakeview Parkway that we've got the front doors facing that. And then I realized, correct me if I'm wrong, you can't park on Lakeview Parkway. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the front doors of these homes are basically facing a highway. And so they'll have to park. So the look is right, but the context is wrong in my mind.
So let me correct you there. The front doors are here in between the buildings.
But on the end unit, doesn't the end unit face Lakeview Parkway?
On the end unit facing interior,
Okay.
there wouldn't be any doors facing the parkway.
Okay, no doors facing the parkway. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, yeah, I'm a little bothered by how much impervious space there is. It just feels like it needs a little bit of breathing room. And then the question I've always had with townhome developments is, where's the town? Where's Main Street? Where do you go does a kid go pay his 50 cents to buy a sucker? It just feels like the context is missing.
Okay, Mr. Henry, thank you. Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
So maybe you just need to educate me, Mr. Ardmore, but is there a timing requirement for the phasing when they can only do 40 at a time? Is there a certain amount of time that has to pass before they can come in with the next one?
Yeah, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the ordinance states that once the building permits for the first 40 have been CO'd, you can start on the second phase.
Yeah, as soon as you get half of those 40, so 20 with the CO, then you can apply for the next 40.
So that means that half of them actually have to have residents in them, because that's a certificate of occupation, right? Is that what a CO is? Okay, occupancy. Then the next question I have is, what are the requirements for the public versus the private roads? Because I'm wondering if that's why they're cramming so many in here, is because the private streets don't have to be as big, so they've got more room to squeeze in another row of houses. Is there a can any development come in and say, I want all my roads to be private ones so they don't have to be as wide? Or is there a certain number of the access points that have to be public? Or what are the rules on that? Maybe that's for David instead of Mr. Ardmore. But
Yeah, so is one public road through this development, and you can probably see it, the one that's got the sidewalk and tree lined and comes through. The rest of those we consider more of a parking lot, driveway situation. And so those would just be wide enough to have two cars pass each other. And I think most of that is around 24 feet wide.
that just seems like what Mr. Henry was saying, that there's no community feel when your kid can't walk safely down the street because there's only half a sidewalk. And I don't see any visitor parking except in the center. So if you can't park on those narrow roads, maybe there's some in front of.
There's some here.
It looks like there might be some on that lower road, on the south side of that lower road.
Spaces all along the
Okay,
private street,
that's better.
They're actually quite overparked.
Yeah, which is what's weird because the numbers check out, but it just like the probability. I also found it interesting, and maybe this is just opinion and not fact, but one of the letters we received from the neighbors said that they live in a subdivision built by the same developer.
To the north.
They can't park the number of cars that their house was sold as, just because they're like smart car parking spots instead of realistically sized Utah car parking spots. So that's something to take into account before we say, yeah, you have enough spots. How big are they, and can you really park as many as they say? Then my only other comment is that the elevations make the buildings look huge, like 5 or 6 units. They just look gigantic. They don't look like a neighborhood feel. And maybe that's not what we're going for, but that was the feel it gave me, was that these are just huge barracks. So not in a design sense, like that they're ugly or anything, but they just seem very imposing. That's all I had to ask. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Urquiaga.
Yes, as I'm looking at this, it doesn't feel to me like there is very much transition between the separate houses to the north. And it does look like there are larger units on the north side, but they're still just packed in. And I see that overlooking somebody's backyard. And we already have other areas of the city where that is, has caused issues. And I'm uncomfortable with that transition there. Not having space and feeling like it goes from this house to this big, huge apartment complex, basically. And so I do understand why, you'd want to pack in as much as possible, but I feel like it's too much. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Henry.
I just wanted to make a comment on the roads. I actually like the private streets. I like how narrow they are. I think that does slow down the cars. That makes them feel more pedestrian. So I'm not completely turned off by that. I think just something that I just realized that bothers me is how all the alleyways are really just connector streets instead of true alleys. I mean, they're narrower, but they're just streets. And as I'm looking at this, to be able to hide those alleyways a little better and face the units to the street when they're on the interiors, I feel would give it a much better feel, and it wouldn't feel quite so cramped. It would create a much better street feel. It just feels like the red line through the middle that you actually face the street. Nothing but the end units face the street. And that just kind of bugs me a bit.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands at the moment. I'm going to go ahead and jump in, and if other commissioners have questions, please just go ahead and let us know. The Lakeview Parkway frontage, what's that going to look like? There's a trail. Will there be any separation between the parkway itself and this project, like a fence? If so, what is that? What kind of space are we talking about? It seems like on one hand, that's anticipated probably to be a road with a relatively high travel speed, probably not the kind of place that you want to, maybe have direct access from a residential development to, but yet having access to the trail and different things like that there seems like that might be valuable. And just how this project looks from that prominent roadway also seems important. What's that like, Aaron?
So that's actually been a point of conversation with the developers and engineering and planning. Maybe David Day can address kind of the treatment for the rest of the parkway heading north until you reach this development.
Yeah, so there is, like you say, quite a large amount of property between the Lakeview Parkway and even the right-of-way fence. And then you have their property, which I'm not seeing where that's at on this drawing, but it seems like there's about, yeah, can you zoom in on that at all? Well, there's probably about 50 to 60 feet of property in there. Around 30 of it would be city from the back of curb. And yeah, there's that cross section down on the bottom there. That's, but the idea would be to have one sidewalk a substantial distance away from the road. And then all of that landscaping would be integrated and should just continuously flow from the back of curb over to the back of the units. Now you'll have some elevation changes. They would like to have a fence on the street side of the sidewalk to kind of, tell people, hey, don't go into the road here, stay on the sidewalk. So that's kind of the treatment. If you can see that cross section, you can kind of get an idea of what that would look like.
Thank you. You mentioned a right-of-way fence. So is there an existing chain link fence there, or like a no climb kind of fence of some sort?
Yeah, right now we have a right-of-way fence that just basically keeps the livestock out of the roadway. So there is a fence out there currently.
But you're saying maybe that would come down and there would just be the one other fence?
Yeah, that would come down and there would be a developer installed fence that would match their project there.
Okay. An open fence of some kind, something? Yeah,
I think the kind of the idea that I had in my mind, and I'm not sure if I'm correct or not, is kind of like a 3-rail fence that's really open kind of a thing. So I don't know if that's correct or not.
Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. Henry touched on, and I think one of the other commissioners did as well, that private street cross section. One of the things that I guess I'm struggling with a little bit, just given how remote some of the units are from some of the open space, or even the planned public street through the project, is maybe just the absence of a sidewalk, that goes along the private street, something like that. Inherently, is that part of a required cross section, or is it not? What does that look like?
Yeah, it's hard to see, but they do have a sidewalk following through there.
Okay.
If
The
you
south
look,
side.
yeah, really close. So that was intended to get pedestrians over to the open spaces.
Okay. Thank you. I think the last question for me for probably Mr. Ardmore, 2-car garages, driveways, and then some, I'd call it on-street parking. How exactly is the parking requirement calculated? What counts towards the requirement?
So everything, the garages, the 2 spots behind the garages, all counts. All of those parallel spaces through the private network, the private street, count. And then their visitor stalls right there in the central, and then over there's a few here and a few here. So all that counts towards their off-street parking, again, because these are private roads.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. Back to Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
I realized I had another question for Mr. Ardmore. You stated in your report that the open space requirements we've been working on to refine the language and talk about our objectives of what we really want that to look like, that it's usable open space. Since that language needs clarification, is that something where this project can be approved before that language is done? If that's one of the beefs we have with it, you know what I mean? Like, how does that work? Because it's already in the system, would it ever apply to them?
So this project would have to meet today's code standard. Any projects that came in after an ordinance amendment was notified on a public hearing, that would be pending legislation. This, sticking on subject, this project would have to meet today's standard to answer that.
So since we understand what the intent of the rules are, we can still sort of judge it on that, but there's no ordinance language that would back that up.
Right.
Well, the ordinance language was given in the staff report. So that is the ordinance language. There's a disagreement between staff and DR Horton as to what should count and what shouldn't, what should qualify and what shouldn't. And when they're given an opportunity to speak, they'll present their side of their thinking on that discussion or on that issue.
So I think the question is, there is some ambiguity in the standard saying the open space must be massed or accumulated to be functional as a recreational amenity or gathering space. That might leave a little bit too much to discretion. So I think
it's about how we interpret that versus how they interpret that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a utilitarian question, but how does trash pickup operate in an environment like this? Do they use dumpsters, or do they have individual?
They're not showing dumpsters on their site plan, so I would assume that each unit has a can, and so a lot of cans on the streets.
So in garbage day, they have to bring their can out to the street.
Wow, even the private street.
So
yes.
That I guess you'd ask the applicant if they intend to have a private garbage pickup on the private street, or if everybody's pulling it up to the public street.
Wow. Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions from commissioners? Okay, I don't see anybody, so we will invite the applicants to present. I have a couple of names here, Ms. Travis and Mr. Levitt. Do either one of you want to jump in?
Yes, I will jump in. I'm Crystal Travis. I work for DR Horton, and Curtis is across from me. We're also in attendance with Brent Bateman. So we are happy to be in front of you this evening. It's taken a long time for us to get here. We do have a presentation, so I think we're going to try and do a screen share so that we can talk through. I appreciated the commissioners questions. Hopefully through my presentation, I can answer some of those. You did raise quite a few of the issues that we've been going back and forth with staff on for a while. And we appreciate their willingness to entertain our questions and answer those and put us on this agenda where we can present to you our project. A lot of the comments that were given were about open space. We will address that a little bit more, but it's been a while since D.R. Horton's been in front of the Provo City Planning Commission, so I wanted to just introduce, I think Mr. Anderson and possibly Mr. Henry are the only ones that have been there in the past and are familiar with D.R. Horton. So I will go from there. So I just want to introduce our company to you. We are a national company. We are the largest builder in the nation and have been for the last 18 years. We have a local presence, and everyone that works for D.R. Horton here in Utah has been mostly born and bred there, and we pride ourselves on that. These are just some interesting facts about D.R. Horton. Take in what you want. The Utah division was founded here in 1992. We've been here since then. We're one of the few national builders that has been in the market and has not pulled out. We've made it through all the ups and the downs because of our strengths. We've built 6,500 home lots in Utah and 7,500 homes, and we hope that Osprey Townhomes will be our next project that we can bring to Provo and share with you. We are a national builder. We have presence in 29 states and 88 markets throughout the country. Soon we'll have more markets. We are, as D.R. Horton, opening a division down in St. George. We'll also, hopefully, in the next year or two, be taking in Idaho. So we continue to grow as we are a large presence in the market and the nation's #1 builder. Part of what makes us that and gives us the ability to do what we can do is D.R. Horton has varied product lines. We can build everything from your dream home to your starter townhome. We also have in our Freedom line, we have our empty nester 55 and older kind of community. So that's a little bit about D.R. Horton locally. What D.R. Horton has done is just recently, we have a project out in Saratoga called Legacy Farms. It's 182 acres, 856 homes. Hopefully you guys would get a chance to look through there. A lot of the products that we're bringing to you tonight have been built there, so you can see how they live, how they work, how they breathe, how people like them. We're very proud of this community, and people love to live there. Sky Estates is more of our dream home kind of communities. It's up in Highland, 80 acres, 230 homes, and 10,000 square foot lots. Community open spaces. Mercer Hall, Stoneleigh Heights, and Tallwoods. This is a presence that we have in Draper. And then you can see our communities that are townhomes. A lot of the products and the concerns that you've raised, you can see the courtyards that we create. I think one of the concerns that you guys brought up was the open space. The maps that you've seen simply show what can be counted towards open space. I don't want you to forget that there is landscaping in those areas that don't count. So there is not a disconnection between open space that functions as an amenity and the landscaping along and around the buildings. While it does not count for that 20%, it is there. It affords us the connectivity, the sidewalks, and the function to get to those community places so that they are gathering spaces and can comply with your ordinance. Erin showed you where it sits. This is our Osprey location. In your previous work session, you guys talked about the piece of property to the east of Osprey Townhomes as being a gem for the city to be able to be developed into commercial property. Part of what has to happen for commercial to function is density and housetops. They need people to shop there and to want to go there and to frequent those restaurants. And you need a transition between single family homes and those large busy commercial spaces. That's what your Southwest area plan presents. And this, as you've seen in your staff report, is zoned for LDR. And what we're presenting tonight does comply with those LDR wishes and your Southwest area plan. We've got 18 acres. It's 11 units the acre. Aaron talked about all of that information and you've seen it in your packet. This is again the plan that Aaron has presented. It's got 206 units. And then you've seen our architecture. So I'll go quickly through these because you've seen how they work and how they live. The Dumont Dalton is the most dense and the most used. These are the brown units on our space plan, plan. So these border the most busy locations along Lakeview Parkway. And they do face in and create those courtyards and those green spaces so that you can come out and say hello to your neighbors and socialize and address the neighborhood feel rather than facing towards that busy street. They face in, they create courts, they make community spaces, and while they are in the setbacks, they do function as gathering spaces and neighborly communications. But the last plan, of course, is our Westfield. We have addressed the corners, as you can see. These are both, so we have mostly rear facing, which your ordinance loves. Our Millbrook is front facing, and that's why there's not very many of those. We pride ourselves on our amenities at DR Horton. We want them to be places that people enjoy and can use. These are just some pictures of other projects that we've done and those amenities that have been placed. This project, as Aaron pointed out, has a couple of different locations. We've got a sand volleyball court, we've got a top lot and pickleball. I have yet to still play pickleball, so I don't know the fascination, but I hear it's the hottest thing. So we're trying to stick up with the trends. And then in these communities and with our society today, we're finding that pets are a large part of everyone's home and family. So we've designated a pet area so that we can help to kind of control and give spaces where those owners can come and congregate and socialize with their pets, dogs, cats. I don't know that we've got any snakes or anything yet, but those would be our amenities for this site that we're proposing. And you've seen this graphic. It does have 21.9% open space, which complies with your ordinance in the 20% requirement. It exceeds it. I think the disconnect, I don't know that it's the difference of opinion in interpretation is functionality and massing. While our open space is all connected, it is not all located in one central location. It doesn't cause people to have to go to one spot. You can choose your activity. There are sidewalks and connections to be made to each one of those that you can safely come to. One of the commissioners, I believe it was Mr. Henry, or maybe it was Mr. Gonzalez, talked about why isn't there more open space up along here? And I think there was another commissioner that asked about buffering and because this is a residential project, a single family detached residential project up above, and these are townhomes. One of the unique things about this site is that there's a dike and there is an easement right here that runs all the way along this property, and then it turns and goes to the north and borders that western edge of the Osprey Point. We had proposed to the city that be part of our open space and that we would improve that and put a trail along there. We were told that because this was in the setback, it wouldn't count and that there wasn't any interest. So we removed that from the plan, but we are open to other suggestions so that we can move forward and get this rezone in place. Also, one of the things that wasn't included in the presentation of staff is the fact that DR Horton has proffered a development agreement to the city. We've been negotiating since March on different requirements that the city needs, and wants with this development, and trying to balance that with those costs of the city's needs and the units and the density that are there. So here on your screen, you can see the section, and don't pay attention to the ABC. I apologize, the way that the slides came in and the copy came in, they're not numbered correctly, but there is a section in our development agreement in which we make some exchanges with the city to be able to accommodate those things that they've asked for, as well as the things that we need to help them with that. So one of those first items is Lakeview Parkway. As you know, the Lakeview Parkway is only developed and improved on the south side of the property, of that right of way. And part of the requirements and the wishes of the city is that that north half of the roadway be developed and finished so that it's a completed 5-lane highway. That is a significant cost, as there's over 60 feet of right of way to be added with asphalt, curb, gutter, and road base. So we are agreeing in this development agreement to put those improvements in. And in exchange for that, we get some open space credits along that because we're making those improvements. And I will point those out at a later point when we talk about open space. The second item that you can see there is dedication of parcels. In the exchanges in the past and the agreements that the city has made, there's been some title problems. And we are agreeing along with the owners of the land to help clean those up. So these parcels that you see in red are part of the right of way and the road that has been improved already. We would have the owner of the property dedicate those 2 red parcels to the city so that those problems are taken care of. The blue piece that you see here on your screen is controlled by the city but owned by the landowner, and is to be future expansion and right of way for 500 West should the city ever need it. And so in that development agreement, we agree that at the point in time that the city decides that they want to or need to make a change to 5th West, this land would be dedicated and is available. The next portion, and so that's these sections that we talk about here. It talks about how those are to work. The next item is this C. There's a piped ditch. Then there's D, which is storm drain. Several of the commissioners asked about storm drain and how we were going to get our storm drain to work. And then the last one is the water line. So my next graphic, if it will work, will show you that. So currently the city owns this property. And if you remember from Aaron's presentation, it was hatched in blue. This area is currently an open ditch where the storm water from the north comes and collects, and then it transfers and goes out to the lake. With this development agreement, we are agreeing to install at our cost a 54-inch storm drain pipe in exchange and covering the existing ditch, because that would not be a good mix between development and an open ditch with small children to have a drainage basin. So we are agreeing to put that 54-inch pipe in. In exchange for that, what we receive is the ability to discharge into that pipe, and we don't need any on-site storm drain detention. So we're directly discharging at the required rates and cleaning it, and then it enters the pipe and into your system. The other thing that they've asked for is that we help with their master plan in upgrading the water line. So along 5th West, clear back to 1560 South, we will put a new water line in the 16-inch size. It'll come to the south where it intersects at Lakeview Parkway, and then there's an existing fire hydrant in about this location. we will put 16-inch from that location all the way down and around and up to 1560 South in exchange for the densities and the open space compromises that we're asking for in this agreement. The next item in our development agreement are setbacks and open space. So the property line between our property and the city's property is this line right here that you can see, this dark line. And then the city owns this parcel between the right of way and where the storm detention, and there's power lines and a couple of other things in there. So in exchange for the open space credits that we're asking for, and being able to count that as a part of our approval, we have been allowed, and the director, of development has the ability to approve a different setback. And through our negotiations on this development agreement, we've been led to believe that that could be granted. So these 4 buildings would get a setback exception because they are over 60 feet from the roadway. The last thing is our open space. In Mr. Ardmore's presentation, he had a graphic where you saw the red boxes and the blue boxes. We have adjusted and sent some new plans and agreements to the city, in which you can see the highlighted yellow area here in your text. We failed to put in install and maintain. We are agreeing to install and maintain that city space along 5th West and along Lakeview Parkway. So you can see our open space here. And again, the property lines. On this graphic here, you can see the blue highlighted line is the areas in which the city owns the land. But in our negotiations, we have been asked to maintain those areas, which we are very happy to do because this is the gateway and the entrance to our property. But it is over 1.5 acres of land along Lakeview Parkway and 5th West. And we've been asked to have our homeowners association maintain that in perpetuity. And that is associated with a cost. And so to help balance that cost with our homeowners association, we have added additional units, as Aaron pointed out in his presentation. Those additional units are what is needed to be able to balance this open space and landscaping that will improve and beautify your city and give you a corridor entrance off of Lakeview Parkway. It is the first thing, is that commercial land that you discussed in your work session, and then this would be the first residential development that a traveler along Lakeview Parkway to your airport is going to see. So it's got an important purpose, and we would love to see it improved, and we're agreeing to do that in our development agreement. In exchange for the concessions on open space and the need for extra density to maintain that with our homeowners association. For every $100 of HOA dues, you disqualify $10,000 of buying power. And one of the things that we're very proud of here in Utah is to be able to provide attainable housing. This project that you see is going to be very attainable, and we want people like our nurses, our teachers, our police officers, to have our firefighters, to have places to live. And that's the kind of housing that we're providing here in this project. There was a question by Mr. Anderson as to what the Lakeview corridor would look like. This is a blow up of that small detail that you saw on Aaron's presentation. So Lakeview, let me see if I can find my mouse. Lakeview corridor is here, and this is the improvements that we're agreeing to put in this development agreement. We'll add road base, asphalt, curb and gutter. The original cross section for Lakeview Parkway had a sidewalk right back here in this area. We've agreed to move that sidewalk back here, and in exchange for that, we will landscape and maintain this whole corridor here. As you can see, it's quite a bit of space. This space here to here is considered the clear zone for if there's accidents. And so we would do a minimal landscape there, which would be mostly gravel and plantings, some trees, so that it's desert friendly in our xeriscape. From that point, we have our transition to the sidewalk, which would be snow removed by and shoveled by the HOA. But if there were to be a break in the sidewalk or some kind of hole created, the city, just like any other sidewalk in the city, would be responsible for replacing that. Once the right-of-way line makes the transition, this area all is normal traditional landscape. We'd have grasses, sods, plants, and all of those things. And then we do have a drainage swell that transitions to that pipe to capture the water from our site. So hopefully that answers the question as to what that corridor would look like. I think it would be much better improved than unimproved if this development agreement and rezone were not to move forward. Let me see if I can get my slide to go. We talked about the phases. And I think there were clarifications on how those phases work. Again, we're thankful for the opportunity to present this to you tonight. Hopefully the development agreement and the information that I've presented has answered most of your questions. And you can understand why we're here tonight when staff has a difference of opinion and we have this development agreement. We feel like with the compromises and the things that the development agreement frames, it could be granted a rezone, and it will be a great project. It will bring attainable housing. It will bring functional open spaces. It will improve your corridor as you come along Lakeview Parkway, and 500 West is slated to be another major street in your city. And we appreciate and are able to answer any questions that you might have. So thank you for your time, and we're available to answer anything that you might need.
Ms. Travis, thank you. Commissioners, I'll let you guys line up with any questions that you have for DR Horton. We'll start with Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
Thank you. I just would ask the applicant to describe how trash collection will work.
Oh, sorry, I missed that question. So the trash collection, we do this in our other communities. They do have private dumpsters in their garage, so it's a rollout can. We would collect in this, because we have private streets, we would collect this under a private contract, and it would be part of our homeowners association.
Anything else, Deborah?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go to Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
So I had two questions. Will the sidewalk that you showed in your elevations between the parkway and the subdivision, will that be accessible to non-residents? Because it's inside the fence line. So I didn't know if it would just be something that residents could access or that anyone walking along that street could use.
Yes, no, it lies in the public right-of-way, and so it would be considered a public sidewalk and would have public use. Our hope is that, and as you can see, it connects. It's meant to intended to connect to the next project. So we're creating a trail system along that north side of Lakeview Parkway, which we hope other developers will then join onto, and it will function as your standard cross section and finish, as we are the first residential project on this side to be approved.
So the fence won't go all the way around the property. It'll just divide the property from the road.
Right. The fence is just intended to be a point of demarcation so that people get a caution. Don't go this way.
Do you plan on it being like a cinder block fence or a rock fence, or do you plan on it being something that you could see through?
No, at this point, it'll be see-through because we want the openness and the community feel and the invite. we don't want to close off this property and make it feel like it's not part of the community or it's isolated. So it is an open rail. More than likely it would be a vertical rail, aluminum, 4 to 6 foot high, black aluminum fence.
Thank you. I had another question. Will the frontages, you showed some elevations from other projects that you've done throughout the state. And one of them in particular was a Saratoga Springs one that each of the facades, so say there's 6 units on a building and each facade had its own unique architectural look to it. Is that your plan with these, or will they all be the same like your elevations show?
So the elevations that we showed are accurate, but what we do, you're just seeing one of the styles. One of the things that we do is we don't build and repeat the same house across the street. So we will have, so what you guys saw was the farmhouse style of elevation. We also have a traditional, we have a Cape Cod, we have a craftsman that all translate onto those same elevations. And so there would be a large variety in those elevations as to color and style of architecture. So the community, while the buildings and the floor plans are the same, has a different feel and is not repetitive.
That makes it seem a lot more attractive than just looking at the elevations and multiplying it out. So thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jensen. Commissioners, anyone have any other questions for the applicants?
Go ahead again.
How much fill will be required in order to bring it up to the right elevation?
So we're looking about 2.5 to 3 feet of fill that will be placed to bring it out of the floodplain. And that cross section that you saw for Lakeview Corridor in my presentation was fairly accurate as to the transition between the existing roadway and our finished floor elevations.
Okay. Commissioner Urquiaga.
I'd just like the developer to address, there was a comment in the letters that were sent to us that they felt like there was a representation that on that dike or the division between the two properties, there was going to be a trail that they feel was not, it apparently didn't get into the development agreement, didn't carry through on, but they felt like there'd been a commitment. And so I'd like the developer to kind of address that.
So in previous submittals, we had submitted that trail, as I mentioned, and had wanted to count it as open space. It was something that we thought from the neighborhood standpoint, they were wanting. But because of some comments from other neighbors and not wanting people walking through there, and there is not a connection point to the south, excuse me, to the east or the west of that could be a community trail and serve as a public function for your overall trail system. We felt like the compromise was best made to make the sidewalk along Lakeview Corridor function for that open space and public connection so that it can carry on to the east and the west and make a community trail for your city.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. So with that, we will go ahead and open up the public hearing. I think I may ask staff to kind of help us navigate this.
Okay, so we're going to open, so you're opening up to public comment, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we'll give it about 1 minute because there is a lag between our time and what shows up on YouTube. So we'll give about a minute, minute and a half, and if there's no comments, then I'll let you know.
maybe while we're waiting, just note, I know all the commissioners received these reports, but just for any public that's listening, there was quite a bit of public feedback on Open City Hall and through emails to the Planning Commission regarding concerns with this project on 2 egress points, parking overflow into the subdivision to the north, increased traffic through the neighborhood to the north, the high water table, and removal of trees. So I just wanted to kind of fill the time with that, letting everybody know what's in the staff report.
Mr. Arm, I really appreciate that. Specifically relative to those comments, I'll echo first of all that we did receive quite a bit of written correspondence in advance of the hearing tonight. As commissioners, we are very, very eager to make sure that we understand all of the relevant facts that pertain to the proposal. My colleagues are very, very good at taking notes, and as long as we hear those facts one time, we're covered. So just in the interest of trying to use everybody's time as best as we can tonight, I'd ask anybody that wants to comment to refrain from being unduly repetitive.
Okay, it's been about a minute and a half and we don't have any public comments coming in.
Well, it seems like a minute and a half is enough time. Is anybody else kind of surprised at that? I guess that's rhetorical kind of in our Zoom forum here, but not entirely. Wow, that surprises me. But we certainly do have, I think, a good record of like Mr. Ardmore said, different concerns that were raised. But in the absence of anybody that's ready to participate right now, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and turn the time back over to the commission at this point. If there's further discussion that anyone would like to have, either among ourselves or applicant or staff, let's dive in. Mr. Henry?
I guess just trying to get it down to the basics. It sounds like there is a conflict between the open space, what's countable and what's not, and whether or not whatever's decided is whether or not this project is in compliance with the zone or not. I wondered if we could focus a discussion on that, resolving, they're saying they are meeting it, city saying they're not. Why don't we focus on that for a minute?
Yeah, I can address that. Yeah, sure, there's some disagreement, and there's been some discussion about proffering from the applicant and what the city would be willing to negotiate back. That all was mostly with the initial proposal. Then they came back with this, which just increased the density even more and took away more open space. So what's actually on the table may differ from what was represented. But as the code states, just clear and concise in the code is setbacks should not be counted toward open space. That's it. That's the rule. So everything in red simply cannot count towards open space. And then in addition to that, obviously property that is not owned by the developer would typically not be counted as open space. If there's a future agreement on that, we can address it then, but at this point, they do not meet the 20%.
Let's go back to side by side. So, Planning Commission members, this has been over a year of negotiation that's been going back and forth between the city and the developer. And a few weeks ago, when the plan on the left came before you, the staff was satisfied that those open space nodes were sufficiently consolidated, that staff was willing to count the open space along Lakeview Parkway and count open space along Lakeview Parkway and along 500 West for the reasons that Mrs. Travis talked about. It's public right-of-way outside their project. It's a public benefit there. The homeowners association would be maintaining it. D.R. Horton would be installing it. But the staff saw this as kind of a package deal. After that agreement was made, at least verbally, units got added to where, can I see the mouse? 7 units went into this area, which substantially impacted that. The unit was added here so that this tot lot had to be moved over there. I did agree to allow a setback exception for 3 units, and a 4th unit got added. So this has been a lot of give and take between the city and the developer. And we just felt like the staff felt like there was too much difference between this plan and this plan for staff to continue to feel good about the open space plan. And not just the open space plan, but also kind of the overall density and bulk of the project.
So can I respond as well? On the plan that you see on the left, the areas that are represented in brown, in those negotiations, the city was responsible for installing gravel and fabric weed barrier in those areas. The city decided that was more than they were willing to spend and proffer in our agreements. And there were further negotiations about adjusting the right-of-way along 5th West. The city actually wanted more area, as you can see on this map, and those negotiations changed. We agreed with the plan on the right to landscape, install, and maintain. We're taking full responsibility for land that we do not own. And that's the difference in the plans that you see. With the area that was added, those units were needed to help pay for and keep an affordable product and an affordable HOA fee to fulfill the agreement that's been put before you. So those are the reasonings from our side as to why those areas and that more density was added.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and just mention a couple of things before we go to Commissioner Urquiaga. And for me, and this, I don't like necessarily taking the conversation in this direction. I think it might be a little disruptive, but to start with, this site's proximity to I-15, proximity to what we talked about earlier, like was referenced, potentially a site for a pretty intense non-residential development of some type, relatively direct access to Lakeview Parkway, and then I-15. It's a great site for density on the west side of I-15. I'm not at all feeling like the project numerically is too intense, like there's too much density. That being said, I think there were some things for me that are particularly compelling about the presentation that Chriselle made relative to what D.R. Horton does, the different product lines that they have. And truthfully, I've been out and I've looked at a number of D.R. Horton developments in recent months. They do a great job, and I think Provo is fortunate to have them looking at developing this site. 200, give or take, townhomes on this site is one thing. Is something that maybe had a couple of different product types, even if some of those are more dense than townhomes. I'd love to at least talk through. Again, that kind of takes a lot of things in a different direction. Percentages of open space and some of those numbers, particularly, where a zone change is involved, I really don't want to get terribly hung up on those details as much as just what makes the most sense for the development. So I'll throw that out. Do you guys have any thoughts about that? Chriselle, anybody else there?
Sorry.
I suspect it's, yeah.
I was muted, and we had a little bit of an internal conversation. Can you repeat your last comment? I apologize.
Oh, what kind of an opportunity do we have to talk about a development that maybe has more variety in terms of the different types of housing than just, townhomes? And I know you have different styles and that type of a thing, but frankly, I'm thinking maybe something, you have something that's a little bit more dense, some kind of a stacked flat that might work particularly well, I think, on one part of the development. I love your smaller lot, single family kind of stuff. So
with this site, because it is just 18 acres and it has some of the constraints that it has along Fifth West, and with the dike on the north, we haven't been able to get those other diversities, as well as in your LDR zone. We label our site plan with the alphabet. What you're seeing tonight is site plan M, and there's only 26 letters in the alphabet. So we have put forth many different types. We had some 3 stories in here. We felt like that felt good and worked. We also fronted them along Lakeview corridor, or Lakeview Parkway. But your LDR zone does not allow 3-story buildings. So a stacked flat unit does not work for your LDR zone. This is it's probably not the best, because there's always different ways to look at everything. But as far as bringing forth an affordable townhome that will meet the market demand, this was the mix that we came up with. We are looking and hoping that with this one we can be successful. We have other properties along your corridor here under contract, and we will bring those other projects and products and mixes to the table when allowed.
Okay. I appreciate that response. Commissioner Urquiaga?
Yes, I would. I'm wondering financially, how much would you just estimate these townhomes? What would be the range of cost for them? And then what is the difference in the HOA fees between 195 units and 206 units that necessitated that increase?
So the difference is the amount of open space, and it's only a few dollars. But as I mentioned in my presentation, for every few dollars of HOA fees, you disqualify a buyer's ability to purchase a home by $10,000, and so you then take big cuts in the number of qualified people to move or to attain their first house. We haven't done a HOA budget technically, so I would hesitate to throw out any numbers on a public meeting as to my estimate of what it might be, because I don't want it to come back and bite me in the end. But what you see is the difference between and the densities in what we have on the left versus the right are the same. What you see is 11 units to the acre versus 11 units to the acre. It's just a difference in willingness to count certain spaces as open and a feel or an interpretation and delineation of characters of the project.
Okay. It's unfortunate that you can't have that variety that Mr. Anderson was talking about, because I could see having some basically more dense aspects of this that would allow a bit more space on the north. I would really actually like to see that, but I guess the zoning does not allow it, and that would be something to consider.
Thank you, Commissioner Urquiaga. I'll just maybe throw this out again. I mean, there is a proposed zone that we're talking about, but that I don't think is by any means set in stone. In case that matters, commissioners as, we maybe talk about options. Commissioner Henry.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get back. DR Horton's been working on this for a year. I'm sure they would love to get moving forward on it. So I'm trying to figure out still which way to vote tonight. Because as I look at this plan, knowing that part of it's owned by the city, but part of it's owned by DR Horton, it's hard to question because the city's never going to do anything with that land. So to have DR Horton take care of it and maintain it sounds like an awesome use of land that won't get any other use otherwise. But by the legality of it, they're not meeting the code as it's written. And yet, I don't know, I keep going back and forth on this. Given the fact they're going to maintain that land, it looks like part of their property. If they maintain it, it'll all look cohesive and connected. I'm sure staff wants to, get something a little more in writing, exactly what that agreement's probably going to be, that part of the development agreement. Maybe staff can address that. What you're recommending we deny it tonight. What do you hope will happen with that denial?
That we will undertake some corrections to the LDR zone to take away this ambiguity.
Okay.
Can I just say that if the LDR zone was to be reworked and we didn't move on, it would be a major setback for us this evening. As Mr. Pepperoni has pointed out, we have been working with the staff for several years on this. I actually have been looking and trying to develop in this area for 6 years. I've waited for your Southwest Area Plan to come forward. I've helped in those discussions and steering committees. I've also helped with the sewer, getting that resolved and figuring out solutions there. It's been a very long road. While we appreciate that the LDR zone has some things that need to be looked at, we would hope that we could move forward and not be delayed because we don't have a zone or a tool to use to get this rezone taken care of. I guess our question would be, is there something from a density standpoint that would feel better if we were to eliminate a couple of units? I know that Mr. Pepperoni on this map that we're showing has pointed out the units along 5th West, the one over by the tot lot, and the one on the far west side. If those were to be removed and we had 203 units, would that feel better to the city?
Nobody's jumping in, so just maybe this then to kind of follow up on that seemed to be a question for staff. Is that where we're at from staff's perspective, that if staff can run a calculation and feel like the requirements of the LDR zone are met, then staff's recommendation changes from a recommendation to deny to a recommendation to approve? If I can just put that pointedly to you, Bill.
Well, you saw a month ago, we were recommending approval on the plan on the left. So I think that question's already been answered.
Okay. I frankly didn't pay a lot of attention a month ago, but so I guess Chriselle, that's where we're at least relative to staff's recommendation. Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
I was basically going to say the same thing, that based on the neighborhood concerns and the initial staff recommendation and the overall concern of open space, it seems like going back to the plan on the left would give a little bit more of a lower density for those neighbors that are on the north, and it gives you more large swaths of open space and opens up a few areas to a greater possibility for use in that way. So I guess I'm just observing that seems to be the solution if we wanted to move forward tonight.
I think we might be at that point of being ready to make a motion if somebody wants to dive in. Item number 1.
Just say something.
Dave, before you ask for that motion,
Okay.
it seems like after that last comment from the commissioner and Aaron, we're either looking at 195 units or we're looking at 206. I think one of the things that's been missed is the negotiations between the cities. We were told, and DR Horton, we were told we could add density if we would take care of these spaces. And we then sent in a plan that added that density that took care of those spaces. So is there a compromise in between what you see on the left and what you see on the right that would get us to a positive recommendation from staff?
That is true that David Day and Bill Pepperoni opened the door to adding those 4 units right there. That is what we opened the door to. And 11 units came back.
Well, I believe it was
Staff would still be willing to acquiesce on those units right there.
Well, let me, I want to clarify a couple of things really quick.
Dave?
I don't feel like we as planning commissioners necessarily have a role to arbitrate or referee between staff and applicants. Also, I don't appreciate that an applicant gets to version M. Maybe they were on N the last time, and then we see it. Because frankly, from just a design perspective, there are some things about this that I really, really don't like. And I also don't like sending an applicant back to go to plan OP or something like that at this point. So I think from just a process standpoint, this is tough for me to stomach and tough for me to be a part of, because I'm about ready to act on something that I think could be better for the community for a long time, that probably the applicants would have been comfortable working on. And here we are. A project's not better or worse in my opinion, typically because there are 4 more or 4 fewer townhomes, you know, when you're talking about 200. There are much bigger things here that I think probably would have been and were worth focusing on. That's just my thought. So we're going to go ahead now and just turn the discussion back to the commission and Commissioner Jensen. That was Deborah Jensen. I'm seeing a hand raised. Is that right?
Yes. Thank you. This is a question for staff. The site plan that shows 195 units, which was submitted previously, did that meet the open space requirements without counting things like setbacks and city-owned property?
No, we were willing to count the Lakeview Parkway open space towards that total.
Just the Lakeview Parkway.
That was what was in the DA originally. We had started negotiations to include the 500 West, like Bill spoke about. That's when this new version came to you.
Okay. For me personally, I have no issue with density. Townhomes are fine for this location. But I do agree with Commissioner Anderson that it's not a very attractive site plan. And I don't think it will be a very attractive or desirable development as I'm seeing it on this site plan. And I've worked on plenty of townhome projects. I am totally in agreement with staff that if they previously, with 195 units, were not meeting the open space requirements without some concessions from the city, then why would we approve 206 units with even less open space? It just, you know, the reason for open space is many-fold. It's not just a visual amenity. It's also in a fairly dense environment, excuse me, something that is good for psychological health, physical health, all of those good things. And it also helps absorb stormwater runoff. You're sitting very close to a lake here. And from what I'm hearing, the plan is to pipe the runoff into the storm sewers. Problem solved. Well, that puts more of a load on our storm sewers. It pollutes our lakes and waterways. There are many things that this project could have addressed that it didn't address at all. And open space is something that I feel has been sort of an afterthought because the code said they had to have some, and now they're trying to have as little as possible, quite honestly. So I would not be in favor of the 206 unit plan by any stretch. That's my 2 cents.
Commissioner Jensen, thank you. Commissioner Henry.
Does staff feel that the stormwater meets the engineering requirements to accommodate the stormwater?
David?
My Zoom cut out right there. Can you repeat that?
Sure, not a problem. Do you feel that the stormwater plan for this project meets all the applicable needs for stormwater on this site?
Yeah, so one of the things that we requested was that they pipe that ditch, and in exchange for that, they were able to direct discharge their drainage after it had been clarified by some oil and water separation devices straight into the storm drain, because that's basically the end of the line right here. And that way they would not have to put any detention facilities inside of their development.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion, just see if we can get this one moving.
Henry, please.
I would like to make a motion that we continue this for 2 weeks to allow staff and the applicant to work out these seemingly last little niggles on the project. So I make a motion to continue item 1 and 2. Well, item 1, DR Horton requests zone change from A120 to the low density residential zone for approximately 18 acres located at 1920 South, 500 West, Lakewood neighborhood.
Mr. Henry, thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Commissioner Urquiaga, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? I just have one question, I guess, myself. For 2 weeks, I'm going to ask in this order staff and then the applicant if they feel like that's adequate time to try to work through any issues that they have. Nobody's jumping in. Chriselle?
We would prefer not to be continued.
Okay, so noted. Staff?
We're fine with that.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion?
My whole thoughts for continuing was to give the applicant the idea that we need this to finish out. I have a hard time, given the time they've put into this, to have them wait to adjust the zone. I don't feel that that's fair for the applicant at this point. If they were just starting and we'd already had discussions on those changes, I'd feel fine about that. But they've been working under this code for a year trying to meet this code. And I feel it's unfair to expect them to wait for a new code when they've been working so long.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? I don't see any, so we will go ahead and take a roll call vote. Let me find just so I don't miss anybody. We are going to go kind of the reverse order and start with Commissioner Knutson.
Aye.
I will vote aye. Commissioner Henry? Commissioner Henry?
Aye.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Daniel Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga?
Aye.
Commissioner Jensen?
Aye.
Okay, that was unanimous. I think we would expect to see this on the agenda for the next meeting. I believe that's October 28th. I'd certainly prefer to have it first on the agenda if we can. I don't believe we need to take action on item number 2. We probably should, maybe just for noticing purposes. Do we have a motion on item number 2?
I'll make a motion on that one. Can you hear me there?
Yes.
I'll make a motion on that. Commissioner Henry motions item 2, DR Horton Incorporated requests concept plan approval for a townhome development located at 1920 South, 500 West in a proposed low-density residential zone, Lakewood neighborhood. Motion to continue for 2 weeks.
Got it. Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, that was Commissioner Jones. Do we have any discussion on the motion? I don't see any, so we will go ahead, roll call vote. Commissioner Deborah Jensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga?
Aye.
Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Henry?
Aye.
I vote aye. And Commissioner Knudsen?
Aye.
Thank you. So items 1 and 2 have been continued for 2 weeks. Moving on to item number 3. I'll read that in. Dudley and Associates request concept plan approval for a 27 lot single family subdivision in the, I believe the agenda says in a proposed R110 zone located at approximately 430 East, 3950 North. Mr. Ardmore?
I'll be brief. This was attached to a zone change request last month. The zone change went on to the council and was approved to change these areas in red. You can see highlighted in red in the A1 with a concept plan because the Plan Commission requested that. So here is the proposed concept plan that's been revised since the last hearing. They're showing a new connection now to the north to help the connectivity of the neighborhood. Again, the established homes on the east here precluded any access or better connection through this area of the plan. In the same here, existing property that did not participate. So that is what's in front of you for review, I suppose. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Ardmore? Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
I just wanted Mr. Ardmore to verify that it just looks like they made the changes we requested, that there's that stub street connecting the 2 cul-de-sacs, and then it goes into the whatever that street is on 4190 North and goes out to the east, or does it go to the west at all? Okay.
It goes
and then
north.
The other major change I see is that there's not a giant wall all the way from north to south because there's several streets that are coming out now. So our concern about there being a big wall and the houses facing the backyards facing the street and not having a pedestrian feel, we're sort of alleviated by that. Is that what you see happened as well?
Correct.
Okay. I still have a concern with those 4 houses on the south end creating a giant wall on the pedestrian side, but I'm happier that it's not a completely giant wall all the way down. So I don't know if that's good or bad. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Henry.
A question for staff. As I'm looking at Google Earth, through lot 9, between those two properties, it's showing a road. Is that a private road?
Which one's lot 9, Mr. Dudley?
Sorry, it's hard to see here on my little screen.
Far east.
Yeah, it's between the Bill Anderson property and the Clark property.
That's a private driveway access.
And there's never going to be a chance for that to become a through road?
Not according to those two landowners, no.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Any other questions of staff? Okay. I don't see any. Is the applicant with us tonight?
They are in the room with us.
Okay, that's Mr. Dudley.
Yes.
Do you have anything that you'd like to add? Yes, we can hear you. Do you have anything that you'd like to add?
I don't think so, Mr. Anderson. I think the staff's been very helpful. I believe this meets the criteria that we talked about. We're excited about this. It's a good development and a good developer, and I think the city will be pleased with it. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions of the applicant? It looks like Commissioner Urquiaga.
Yes, I also had a bit of a concern with the fence along the southwest corner. And I'm wondering if you could describe what you intend to put in there and how that will look along the street.
I'm working on getting some pictures up for you.
We have done, this same developer has done 2 projects in Orem. If you're familiar with where the Lutheran Church was on 3700 North, that subdivision that's there now just east of the river, that is a project that Mr. Rutherson has done. The treatment along Canyon Road would be similar to that and similar to the one that he's done at 4900 North, the preserve on Canyon Road, north of the Canyon Crest School, if you're familiar with that.
Were you going to bring up a picture?
I'm sorry?
Oh, sorry, I'm sharing the wrong thing.
I was looking for.
Sorry.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
And the HOA will maintain the landscaping outside the wall.
Okay, thank
Boy,
you.
so now I've got a question about that. There's going to be an HOA just to maintain that. Do you have history of that working very well?
Yeah, that's correct. We have done that in the 2 projects we've done. It's worked very well.
Really?
If you drive down 3700 North there where the Lutheran Church was, you'll see how well maintained that corridor is.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I don't see any. I need a little help from staff. Public hearing. There is a public hearing on this.
Yes.
Okay, we will go ahead and open the public hearing then.
Okay, we'll wait about a minute because of that lag on YouTube. Okay, looks like we do have a comment right now. Okay, caller 793, you can go ahead.
Hi, this is Bonnie Morrow, North 10th View Chair. And first of all, on Canyon Road itself, we do have examples where those corridors are being maintained beautifully. where they have a fence up, and then they have a sidewalk mowed strip, and they look great across from the fire station, going northward, across from the car wash, going northward, the preserves, 3 fountains, Edgemont Meadows, those condos, townhomes in there, all along Canyon Road. They all are maintained beautifully and have stayed manicured for decades. And I'm sorry, there's a lot of phones listening in on this meeting, so it is echoing. I would like to announce I'm getting many, many texts from other residents. You need to press *9 to let the host know you want to speak. And then the prompt will tell you to hit *6 to unmute. But you have to hit *9 so they know you want to speak. Anyway, the neighborhood has met over this, and they love the site plan. We are very excited to see this project move forward. We do not want driveways going into Canyon Road that would compound the traffic and the parking out there. We want it as calm as possible so we can maintain all of our joggers and bikers that run down Canyon Road to get to the mouth of the canyon. We appreciate and love that open space viability that we get. We do have driveways on the west side of the road that mostly they're on the west side of the road. We do have a few on the east side of the road, but most of them are on the west side of the road. And we do have a biking lane, and it's used heavily. And most of the bikers just go on the west side of the road because there's no driveways, or very few, as opposed to the east side. But again, the HOAs have done a fantastic job up in our neighborhood on maintaining those outer walls. The trees grow up lovely, and it gives a more open feel, and you can't even see the walls once the vegetation takes over. So, and of course they manicure it. But anyway, our neighborhood is very excited to see this plan move forward. The developer has worked extensively with the neighbors to make sure that they were bringing a project that we would be proud of and that it was compatible. And I think he's done a great job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public comment on this?
Yes, we do. Caller 114, you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kim, and my property is across the street from this proposal. My kids actually walk to school to Canyon Crest, and as Bonnie said, what I see, everyone chooses to walk on the east side because there aren't all the driveways, and with the bikes going, everyone's on the east side. So as far as my neighbors are concerned, the ones that I've talked to, we're all would prefer to have the cul-de-sac go in from 3950 North than to have those homes there because of the danger of, it's already a really fast road for our kids to walk to school, to Canyon Crest, which is north. And so that just, for us, that makes it a safer walking. You know, they'll still have the 2 streets for the other 2 cul-de-sacs, but then there's not driveways all along the way. So because of the how fast the road is. The other thing I've noticed is it's really hard. We do have neighbors on those roads whose houses face that way, and it's hard to stop. The road's not quite wide enough, and we've got bikers, and so we're all really excited about this plan. We're grateful that Dudley's been willing to work with the neighbors, and we're all really happy about it. So thanks for giving me a minute to talk.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other people that want to comment on this?
Yes, we do. Caller 790, you can go ahead.
Yes, this is Brian. I live in that neighborhood, and I support what is being concurrently proposed by the developer in favor of not having driveways exit out onto Canyon Road. I believe that it causes a hazard, especially for the people whose homes are there along that street trying to back out, and bikers going along there, and pedestrians, and then trying to navigate backing out into traffic is a very difficult thing. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have heard three people all basically endorse the current design without having any additional driveways out onto the adjacent street to the west. Do we have anybody else that wants to comment?
Let's wait about 30 seconds to see if we have any more. No more public comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. We will go ahead and close the public hearing. And I invite any commissioners to ask any questions of staff or share their thoughts with the commission. Commissioner Urquiaga.
I actually happen to be familiar with this neighborhood. My sister used to live close to there. And it feels to me like this is a nice development for that. If the neighbors are happy with the way the fence is and the way the landscaping will be, then I'm all for this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Henry.
This is a question for Mr. Day. Again, on Canyon Road, I know this is a conceptual layout plan. I know, but also on the preserve farther up Canyon Road, the road was widened pretty significantly. I'm assuming to add a center median on Canyon someday. Will that also occur with this project?
The road in this area is already built to the width that we anticipate it to be for years and years.
Okay.
So the thing you saw further north was where the shoulder had not been improved with curb and gutter. And so we built that out to the curb and gutter, whereas in this location, it's already over there.
Okay. And again, just another question along with that. As we're thinking about the future site plan they're going to create, about rethinking, again, just want to throw out there, rethinking the fact that hardly anyone is ever going to park on the street here. Can we rethink from edge of drive lane to that fence? There's a lot of cycling, a lot of running, a fantastic place for an 8-foot trail that could eventually go all the way down Canyon Road with future development. I want to stress that the users are already there. They just don't have an amenity. And there would be far more users if there was a quality amenity going to the canyon for cyclists and runners, and an 8-foot trail using that space that won't be used by cars. I know it's kind of a forgiving design to have that shoulder there, but if there was any way to narrow that up to accommodate users, to keep them safer, slow cars down, and make that space just really great in this neighborhood. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jensen, Lisa Jensen first.
I kind of agree with Ms. Urquiaga that I think the neighbors misunderstood our concerns, that when we were concerned about that area in the southwest corner, we never wanted to ask them to put driveways out there. We were more worried about there being a giant rock wall. And the only thing I'm not comfortable with giving this approval is just, I hate depending on an HOA because I've seen that collapse in nearby projects. So I'm glad that the history in the northern part of Provo has worked out better, but that's always my, is that really a good idea? That's my hesitation. But if the neighbors are happy with it, and the developer, the owner has certainly come back and addressed the concerns we expressed last time. So I'm happy with that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
Yes, thank you. I'm actually ready to make a motion if there's no further discussion.
I don't see any other hands raised.
All right.
Please.
I will make a motion to approve item 3, Dudley and Associates requests concept plan approval for a 27-lot single-family subdivision in a proposed R110 zone located at approximately 430 East, 3950 North in the North Timpview neighborhood.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
I believe that was Lisa Jensen. Do we have any discussion on the motion?
No.
Commissioner Henry, was that a?
Nope, nothing.
Okay, great. That being the case, we'll go ahead and start the vote with Commissioner Knutson.
Aye.
I as well, vote aye. Commissioner Henry.
Aye.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga.
Aye.
And Commissioner Jensen.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. That motion passed unanimously. I want to do two things right fast. For starters, and I'm embarrassed that I wasn't, I guess maybe more clear on the first two items that were continued tonight. I understood that we closed the public hearing and that those were continued and that we don't anticipate reopening the hearing for comments when those are back on the agenda. But Commissioner Henry, was that your intent?
On the previous, the DR Horton?
Correct.
Yeah, the idea was to keep moving forward for the developer, but clearly there's still some issues that we can't move forward. So that was my intent on that.
Okay. And I'm just asking, relative to whether we need to open that for public comment when they're back on the agenda again.
I think we have to, don't we?
We don't have to. We've had the hearing and we've closed it. It's certainly at, our discretion, you could. So.
I don't think so because the changes are going to be so minor that I don't think we need a public comment on it again.
Okay. That was how I typically would understand a continuance on an item where we've opened a hearing and we've closed it, but I just wanted to make sure about that. And then my clock shows 7:55. What does everybody think? Would you like to take a quick break now at about halftime or go through another item first? Anybody with strong feelings?
I vote for a break right now.
Yeah, quick break.
Great. What do you want? 5, 10 minutes?
10 minutes? 5? 5's good.
Any objection to 5?
No objection.
Okay, I'm not hearing any, so we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Thanks. I don't really want to ask if anybody's not ready. I'm showing that we're at 5 minutes, give or take. So I'm going to go ahead and read in item number 4. And if we need to backtrack at all, we can certainly do that. So item number 4 tonight, Evan Child requests a variance from the Provo City Planning Commission to intrude on a 30% slope for the construction of a non-habitable accessory structure to accommodate a gym / basketball court located at 1507 North, 1450 East in the R110 zone. Mr. Ardmore.
Thank you. So this one is an interesting one. Title 15 variances come to Planning Commission by code. And on this one with 30% slopes, I am definitely not the expert here. So I'll go through my slides real quick, and then hopefully David Day can address more of the technical questions or responses if there are any. So here's the property just off of Oak Ridge Circle and 1450 East. So it's a double frontage lot. However, there's quite a slope on the back end all the way along this road. This red area indicates 30% or greater slope. The yellow, I think, is 10 to 20% or 20 to 30%. Dave, correct me on that a little bit later. So here's the home, and here's their topographic analysis. So here's a little bit of flat area on the rear of the lot, kind of in between the steep slopes that they're proposing to build this private accessory building with a gym and some lounging space. That's all I have. You have the staff report I got from Casey Sear, the staff analysis. He didn't seem to find any major issues with this, as this is just a variance, and the actual permits will be able to analyze the additional regulations and measures needed to actually get this done. But as far as the variance is concerned, Casey Sear didn't seem to have any issues granting that. So that's what I have for you. If David, you want to add more, please do.
Yeah, I think you've covered most of it. Our city ordinance requires planning commission approval to allow people to build in a 30% slope area. We've looked at this and feel like that this is something that can be done appropriately on this area, but we would need the planning commission to approve that. So that's all I had.
Okay, thank you. Any questions any commissioners have for staff?
Yeah, I have a question. Is it, they're going to have to bring fill in or change the slope or whatever to build this gym? How is that going to affect the people uphill or downhill from this home, their backyards?
So I can probably address that a little bit, and maybe the applicant could also address that when they have a turn. But the uphill would be their own house to the right on the picture there. The downhill, there's actually a kind of another property owner to the west, and then a road right behind them right there. Yeah. And so what's that?
Robert's also asking about the property to the south.
Oh, yeah. The property to the south did a very similar thing to their property with some retaining walls. And so I think this would fit in very nicely with what they've done.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Commissioner Knutson?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
Are there any setback requirements? That gym is enormous compared to the space that it's going on. Mr. Ardmore?
There are. There's 10-foot setbacks on the sides, which this would just casually looking at it appear to meet. And then there's a 20-foot on the rear. Again, looks like it would probably meet that, but those would be verified when building permits came in.
And it is actually a structure. It's not just a basketball court. It's a
Right, it
building.
would be a closed structure from what I understand.
The only other question I was thinking of asking is, does the hillside ordinance apply to this at all, the overlay zone?
David, do you know if this is an overlay? I don't believe it is.
Yeah, so there was an exception for existing homes, and also this area was not in that proposed zone area either.
I just know that this is in an area that has had houses slip down the mountainside before, and I would hate to cause a problem where one doesn't already exist.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Henry.
Yeah, along with that question, my question was, I'm assuming this is going to be kind of built into the hillside. Does staff feel that this is actually going to improve the stability of the hillside by creating sort of a retaining wall with the building there on that site?
I could probably address that. It could, depending on how they fit it into the hill right there. And I'm assuming they would retain the uphill and then match the downhill, which would essentially create a retaining wall along the east side of the gym, which would actually benefit the uphill side.
Yeah, because this plan, I'd love to see a section of how this building is going to fit into that hillside. There's no section that exists?
I didn't have one available. I don't know if the applicant has drawn up any.
Okay. That's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Urquiaga.
David, do you know how close this is to the fault line as it goes along? I think it's right behind that house, isn't it? Or no?
That would be something we would have to explore, but there are faults all over this area as we do the geotechnical investigations. We would have them trench it and try to identify where that is. However, this is a non-habitable structure, so it's not under as strict as guidelines as a home would be. But it was felt like the first step here would be see if this is acceptable to the Planning Commission before the applicant spent additional money on exploring a geotechnical investigation here.
Okay, thank you.
Do any other commissioners have questions for staff? I'm not seeing any hands raised. Is the applicant here with us tonight?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Mr. Child?
Yes, sir.
Great. Do you have anything that you'd like to add?
Appreciate the questions and appreciate very much everybody taking a minute. I don't have a lot to add to this. I think David and Aaron have been the purposes of the project and some of the concerns that we have and the studies that will be done. Again, this is not the permit yet. This is simply, can we get the variance to build on that 30% grade? The intent of this is, as mentioned, is a private gym basketball court. We have 6 kids and they love having the opportunity to do this. The only other thing that I would mention is that we do intend to do the soil stability analysis. Obviously, that would be required by the permitting process. We would also need to retain that uphill slope very well. You know, as a non-technical person with respect to geotechnical items, it seems to me like this would actually benefit our property overall by providing that additional stability. But there would be no impact. We've talked with all of the neighbors, and there's no concerns from any of them as far as where it would be situated. It's kind of nestled down below our property. Obviously, you can see that there's some steep drop-offs there, not drop-offs so much as slopes, and it'll sort of fit down nicely into that little flat area. There's some excavation that would be required to go along with the rock walls to make that whole area flat, but the intent is as minimal disruption to the property as possible while still providing the appropriate retaining for the wall.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any additional questions of the applicant? I don't see any, so I'll ask staff to help us go ahead and open the public hearing.
Okay, we'll wait a minute and see if there's any public comments. No public comments.
Okay, thank you. So we will close the public hearing and turn the discussion back to the commission. Any discussion? I'm certainly ready to entertain a motion if anybody's inclined to do that.
I'd be prepared to make a motion.
Please.
I move that we, let's see, this is something that we actually grant ourselves, don't we?
Yes.
I move that we grant a variance to Evan Child to intrude on a 30% slope for construction of a non-habitable accessory structure to accommodate a gym basketball court located at 1507 North, 1450 East in the R110 zone, Oak Hills neighborhood.
Wonderful, thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Is that Deborah Jensen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was Deborah Jensen with the second. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we will roll call again. Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga.
Aye.
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Henry.
Aye.
I vote aye, and Commissioner Knutson.
Aye.
I think that was an aye.
Yep.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, motion carries, all in favor. And we will move on to item number 5. Jody Hoffman requests a zone change from the agricultural A15 and R16 zones to community shopping center located at 1724 South State Street to allow the charter school to be used as a preschool and a recreational use. Mr. Larson.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Sorry for you and I for the New York Yankees. So
It makes setting through this meeting all that much easier, though, wouldn't you agree?
I would agree. Okay, so Treeside Charter School, 1724 South State Street, towards the south end of town. It's currently the site is being used as a charter school, and it's been in operation since 2017. And we've got just kind of a shot there of A15 to SC2. I'm going to zip over to the property, kind of the vicinity. Again, we've got a charter school that's been operating since 2017. The charter school sits on 2 parcels, total of 5.3 acres. You've got, and I'm going to go down a little bit further, close in on this a little bit, zoom in on the property. To the south, so to the south, I'm going to explain a little bit about kind of the adjacent land. To the south, we have some land that's A15, A15, a little bit of county land that's in their RA5 zone, which is a residential agricultural 5-acre zone. To the south, to the west, we have county industrial land, and then a little further to the west, we have some city industrial. To the north, more agricultural land and some residentially zoned land. Want to point out, what's that?
Could you move the microphone closer to you? You're kind of going in and out.
Okay. Right. So I guess I'd want to point out that the total number of parking spaces, there's 70 parking spaces for this facility currently. And I think you ought to consider that in relation to the proposal. The applicant has expressed a particular desire to operate in the event that the charter school goes under, that they'd be able to operate a preschool and or an athletic club on the property. They haven't given us a concept plan because there's no development proposal here. They're just asking for a rezone in the event that the charter school goes under, they would be able to utilize the property, utilize those 2 uses on the property. I'm going to go down to go to our next slide here. So as I reviewed this, I found that their proposal is acceptable considering the policies of the general plan and the Southeast Neighborhoods Plan. The land use designation for this property in the general plan is mixed use. The neighborhood plan calls for recommends a future land use of mixed density residential. The mixed density, when you look in the neighborhood plan, one of the last things it says, there's a section on medium density residential being used in the future in this area. One of the last sentences says that it's recommended that commercial use also be permitted in this area. You can see, I've arrowed over to the location of where the property sits on this map. You can see the SC1 zoning that sits just adjacent to this property on the south. There's a section in this neighborhood, in the Southeast Neighborhood Plan, that talks about neighborhood shopping centers, the neighborhood shopping center designation, and appears to contemplate the possibility, if rooftops exist, that neighborhood shopping center could be bumped up to community shopping center. And that's what the proposal is not for neighborhood shopping, but for community shopping center. And I think the desire there, and the applicant can speak to this, is just the reason for the SC2 is because it gives them better, in their mind, better access to the uses their desires to conduct on the property. And I'll note that both of those uses are allowed in the SC1 zone, albeit having, I think some of you are aware that there's a proposal for residential, 204 unit residential development surrounding here. There's been quite a few residential units that have been approved and are now being developed down in this area of the city. There's I think 600 or so units that have been approved in the last few years in this area. And so that would suggest that there are more rooftops in the area to support a more community type commercial uses in the area, as opposed to neighborhood shopping. And I guess as far as like the difference between neighborhood shopping and commercial shopping, just a few quick things. So for instance, restaurants in a community shopping or in a neighborhood shopping center, you'd only be able to do drive-through type of facilities. In a community shopping center, you'd be able to, have sit-down restaurants that would, require quite a bit more parking. You can have bigger grocery stores, just bigger operations in general. With that, you can have in the SC2 zone, you can have home furnishing stores, whereas I don't believe that's allowed in the outright permitted in the SC1 zone. So there's, in a nutshell, it appears that the SC2 zone just allows for a lot more for a number of more uses that require more parking. So staff, as they evaluate this, they still feel that it is acceptable to consider an SC2 zoning for this property. It may mesh well with the SC1, the future SC1 zone down on the south, or the proposed SC1 zone on the south. Having commercial in this vicinity again would help, would provide commercial uses, commercial services for the residents that are coming into this area and that may be coming in on the surrounding this site in the future. So staff thinks that it would be acceptable to give a recommendation of approval for the proposed zone map amendment. And certainly here to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Larson, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and lead out. Nobody beat me, at least with a raised hand. When I looked through this just briefly earlier today, I thought it made perfect sense, really easy. I still might feel that way. But you said something about the properties that are between this and State Street, which I think are pretty essential for somebody ever to be able to do several of the things that you mentioned somebody could do in the SC2 zone in this part of the community, like being able to fit any kind of sizable store, whether it's a grocery store, something else, restaurants, professional office uses, different things that, some of which I think this part of the community really, really needs. And I meant to ask, or I'd plan on asking about including those properties in this zone change, to have the zoning not only of the subject properties changed to SC2, but also those that are between the subject property and State Street. Can you help me with that?
Yeah, definitely. So that land to the south, there's a big hang up, big obstacle to that. It's currently not in the city. So let me go back. I should have explained that better.
And when you say to the south, you literally mean to the south, not necessarily between this and State Street?
I am speaking of the land right here. Speaking of the land right in this area. This is in the county, and it's SC. The future, or the proposed use is SC1, but it is currently in the county, and it has a residential agricultural.
Okay. How about just north of that?
Oh, north. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
North. It's actually zoned A15 and in some of our one family zones. But this land, if you can see my cursor, the land to the north and the land on the east, there's a 204 acre medium density resident, 204 unit medium density residential proposal. So 4-story buildings, quite a few units.
Do you think there's a chance that that would be approved? I mean, what staff's maybe estimation on that?
Yeah,
you're speculating, I understand, but
boy, that's, well,
so it hasn't been approved.
It hasn't been approved. You should see that before you in the next next meeting on the 28th. I don't feel like I have a good beat on it. I know that at least one council member is opposed to that development. There's also opposition in the neighborhood against that development as well. I should say, maybe more accurately, there's opposition from the some parents of the students at the charter school.
Okay. And I guess I'm just coming from the perspective of the subject properties right now. And I think you said it, I mean, there's not a development proposal attached with it. The new zone would allow for some different uses. Right. I think we owe it to this part of the community to try to come up with some way. It's very similar discussion, I guess, to what maybe we're having about the west side of I-15, with a part of a community that's a real desert relative to some badly needed land uses. If you had residential development between this property and, you know, the main thoroughfare, and we're limiting visibility and access and things like that, that's one thing that might lead me to second guess whether it really makes sense to change the zoning on this in a standalone fashion to SC2. But you answered my question, so maybe I'll just leave it at that for now. And Commissioner Henry.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying there. The issue I'm having is it's an existing building with an existing parking lot, and so all those other uses are great if they work in those existing buildings. Where this has been designed as a school, obviously we're not going to get a grocery store. We're going to get some, maybe some office. Does this zone allow for office?
Yes.
It does. Okay. So we could get some nice professional offices in there. I had the same thought, though, as if that property against State Street was also included, but I see we'll be hearing about that. Does staff have any idea what possible businesses could go in there if the school does end up going defunct, that would make this zone change, make it easier for them to get tenants in versus the existing zone?
They have asked that they particularly want to be able to run a gym or an athletic club there. They also want to be able to operate a preschool. Those are the two uses. They have never expressed a desire to do anything other than those two uses.
Okay, so kind of like a YMCA kind of a thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Henry. Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
I think that big building on the south is like a big gymnasium that they tried to use for a while. My concern is something that I think Mr. Anderson referred to earlier, is would the parking be sufficient for some of these other uses? Like if the preschool, daycare, gym isn't what ends up going in there, what's the requirement for parking for a professional office space of that square footage, or a school, another school, or like a University of Phoenix type school of that square footage? Is that sufficient parking for what they have there in other possible uses?
I don't have the charts in front of me, but I think you're going to find that a number of those uses are going to have trouble locating there. That's definitely something we noted in the staff report, because yeah, we see that there's likely a deficiency for those types of uses for, you know, certainly a grocery store or things like that.
Right. Because even I've never driven into the parking lot, but just with its current use, there's traffic backed up onto State Street. Crazy, like standstill traffic, and the speed limit there is 45 or 50.
Right.
And that's already a dangerous situation of ingress and egress. You going across State Street to make a left turn as you leave, or approaching from the south, making a left turn across State Street, and then you've got these cars all backed up and there's nowhere for them to go, and they're backed up in both directions. Like, it's already a tricky thing. I can't imagine putting a use in there where there's actually people parking there as well as people dropping off. And I don't know how, maybe that would improve it. I don't know the answer, but that's my one concern, is we really are locked into some limited uses. And I wonder if a shopping center zone really accomplishes the purpose, even though it seems like a great location for that zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jensen. I don't see any other raised hands. Want to go once, twice? Anybody? There we go. Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
I don't really have any questions, but this property came before the Planning Commission when it was already under construction, because it was a state educational facility. And they built the charter school. So this was the land that was available at the time, and that's what they went with. I find it very odd that a charter school that's only been open a few years is already failing. I don't know. I was very surprised when I saw this come up, that they thought the charter school may fail and they wanted other uses for it. That's the only comment I have.
Commissioner Jensen, thank you. I appreciate you bringing up that history. That was kind of tough to get my head around when things unfolded the way that they did. But that being said, any other questions of staff? Okay, if not, is there somebody here representing the applicant? I'm showing Ms. Hoffman.
Hi, I'm actually going to be speaking. I'm Lauren Bolger. I work with Jody Hoffman. I just wanted to add a few things. I think just want to express my gratitude to Brandon for all his help with this project and his presentation, and to the planning commissioners for staying up so late. This is quite a long meeting. So as Brandon mentioned, there are two existing buildings. There's an existing parking lot. Our client, the property owner, is simply looking for uses that he can switch into here pretty easily if the charter school does leave. And because these two buildings were designed specifically for a school use and then a gym use, the preschool and an athletic facility are really the two uses we're most interested in. Because those uses are only permitted in the SC2 zone as permitted uses, that's where it was kind of landed. Also, these are in line with the general plan and the neighborhood plan. So we felt that was a good addition to the neighborhood and the community. I can answer maybe a few questions. I think you guys astutely noted that the parking is going to limit the uses here on this property. So, there is no intention of adding any buildings or using different, having different office space or anything like that on this property. As far as parking goes, I think switching to these new uses, I'm not entirely sure, but I think we do comply with city parking requirements. And I know that with at least some of these uses, particularly the athletic club, you will have more people parking and not
doing the drop off, which I imagine adds a lot of traffic onto State Street at certain times of the day. Just one more note. The property owner does, have some well-founded concerns that the charter school will be leaving. And even if they don't, the charter school can exist here just fine in the new zone. So, this is just protecting the property owner going forward and hopefully adding some uses that can benefit the community more broadly, like an athletic club that could benefit everyone and not just be used by the charter school. So that's all I have. Unless you guys have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. I see your hand. Commissioner Urquiaga, you have a question for the applicant?
Yes, I have a couple. One is, has there been any sort of a neighborhood meeting to discuss this issue? And
yes.
And what was the result?
We had a neighborhood meeting, I believe it was last Saturday, maybe 2 Saturdays ago. We had a representative from the charter school come and speak. He was the only negative comment we received. And then there was one comment, just kind of more broader comment from a property owner across State Street who was excited to see more commercial uses down in this part of the community. So those were the 2 comments that we had.
Okay. The communication that we've received from the charter school indicates that they're fearing that an additional use could be imposed in their building while they're there. And I'm wondering if you could speak to that fear.
Sure. So a rezone will have no impact on the existing lease agreements with the charter school. We want to make that really clear. There is a current dispute with the charter school about the leases. There are 2 separate leases, one for the school building and then one for the athletic building. When the charter school entered into a lease with the property owner for the gym building, they entered into a non-exclusive lease, so they are able to use a portion of the gym building. And in fact, the building was designed with that in mind. So it's partitioned so that the school uses are in one part and they're pretty much completely separate from the rest of the building as far as I am told. And in that lease agreement, it was contemplated that because the charter school didn't want to pay for the entire building at this point in time, the landlord or property owner could lease out a portion of the building for other uses, other compatible uses. There is some dispute between the parties. That's why they're in litigation right now over the contract. But as I mentioned, the rezone will not impact the charter schools' rates in those leases at all. Charter schools are allowed in all zones under state law, so this won't impact them at all. And in fact, I think if the charter school is worried about other uses, that's definitely something they should and can contract with the property owner to avoid. Like I said, the gym building lease specifically contemplates that the landowner will be able to lease out the portion of the gym building to kind of pay for the part of the building that the charter school was not prepared to pay for initially. So with the rezone, I think if the property owner and the charter school are able to resolve this issue, property owner is happy to have the charter school there. But if they're not able to resolve this issue, the property owner just wants to be able to make use of these new, really nice buildings, and a preschool and an athletic facility are the best way he sees to use those buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I have a question for staff. And you may not have looked closely into this yet, but I'm fairly accustomed to schools, particularly charter schools, being developed without meeting typical city requirements of all different types. In terms of the existing structures being able to be used for other uses, are you aware of any additional development that would need to be done to accommodate that? And what would the trigger for that be? Is it applying for a business license for a different use there, that type of a thing that would have you go through a review to see if indeed parking requirements are met and if parking lots meet the city's landscaping requirements and those different things? How does that potentially unfold?
Yeah, when they'd come in to talk to us about a potential, potential change to the use if they were to change the exterior, the parking, change the parking, change to the expansion of buildings, would certainly trigger like a project plan approval. Change of occupancy, building permits could be required for change of occupancy. I know that they didn't receive any permits from the city for those structures, including the gym. I checked before we got on here, and there was no permit for either one of those buildings. They started a process with the city, and then ended up just finishing up with the state. So yes, there would be a process with the city to change the use, to change to potentially there might be building permits required again for expansion, project plans for expansion of buildings and parking lots and so forth. So
okay, perhaps the need for additional parking spaces, for example, or something like that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Doesn't look like anybody's lining up, so we will go ahead and once again, with staff's help, let's open the public hearing.
Okay, we do have a public comment. So caller 520, you can go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, this is Erin Preston. I'm the attorney on behalf of Treeside Charter School. I believe most of the administration on the board is also on or listening to this meeting right now. I have a number of items that I'd like to present. I'm hoping that you guys read through my memo to the commission regarding school safety and bad faith and the issues that we have had with our developer, Zions and 13 Development, allowing third-party tenants, of which the school did not approve and did not have notice in the building. I'm going to let that stand right now because I have a limited time, and I just want to address the bad faith portion that I asserted at the end because we have significant issues there. First of all, to Ms. Jensen's point, reports of Treeside deaths have been greatly exaggerated. The school is healthy. The school is fine. There are currently 437 students enrolled as of the October 1 student count. For those who aren't involved in education much, the October 1 count sets the school's funding for the whole year. 437 students is perfectly healthy. They have 53 staff members. They have students from kindergarten to 6th grade. They have multiple months cash on hand. There is no part of this school failing. What they do have is they have been in litigation against the owner, which is Zions and 13 Development, owned by Mike Morley, who also owns and controls the surrounding areas, for 18 months, trying to ensure the security of their students in that facility. To Ms. Folger's comments, I just want to address quickly. In the neighborhood meeting, there were actually 2 negative comments, one from Bill Farley, one from Mary Millar, both expressing concerns with this, in addition to our concerns. The assertion that this wouldn't impact the school is not true. A school is not allowed to be in SC2 zoning. It can a property can be zoned to allow a charter school into it, but that needs to be under a public facility school zone, which I believe under Provo code is 14.17A. This moves it into a SC2 zone, which is the commercial zone, that doesn't allow public charter schools in them. Excuse me. Charter schools are public. It doesn't allow public schools in them, in that zone. So by changing the zone, you would be accomplishing the landlord's effort in actually giving them a reason to be able to evict the school. The school isn't having problems. Now, an additional item that Ms. Bolger brought up that I wanted to address is that I'm objecting to her characterization that the school entered into a non-exclusive use of the building. We have spent 18 months in court fighting to enforce the legitimate contract to the school, which is for the entire school to be built with exclusive use for a charter school to operate in a public elementary school. If you would like to dig into the litigation and see the assertions on each side, that's just fine. But Ms. Bolger is asserting something as being true when it is just not true.
Okay, your time is up. I'll give you 15 more seconds to finish up.
Okay. The assertion that the charter school will cease operation, I just want to say, has also been made to the state charter board previously when they were trying to get an authorization for an additional school to go in. That was denied by the state charter board. And in a report I received today from Don Mullen and the Gardner Group regarding Remington Commons, I am realizing that the traffic study that was done for that thing that you're going to be hearing in your next meeting was actually built on inaccurate information as well, which has the third-party tenants already in the building and has the school operating at a much lower number than they currently have. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
I have a couple of follow-up questions maybe that I'd like to answer right now, if we can, or if you don't mind staying with us for just a minute.
Please.
And I'm going to ask Steph maybe to help with these. And I think, Mr. Larson, you've answered this, but I really want to make sure that we all are on the same page relative to just, land use, zoning, legality perspective, the ability of somebody to be able to continue to operate charter school, public school, anything like that, should the zoning change, and whether or not that changes, let's say, should the use be discontinued for some period of time, could they recommence, a charter school use? Are there any things that would prevent somebody from using the property as a school?
I'm not aware of that. I understand that the SC2 zone may not permit the use of elementary or a private school, but I think there's state code requirements that allow for the use of or the establishment of a school on this property.
So as I understand it, regardless of what Provo's zoning code says, a charter school can be located in any part of a community that they'd like to be located in. Is that how you understand it?
That's my understanding, is that the state code allowed for a charter school to be established on this property, regardless of the city zoning requirements.
Yeah. Okay. So just to try to work through that point, that seemed to be a particular concern for the people operating the charter school. Do you feel like that's accurate?
May I comment?
Yeah, I'd like you to, if you would.
Yeah, so the permitted use zoning allows a charter school to apply to go on any property, but they still have to go through the same process, which is what they previously went through with Provo in 2016, and I have all the documents for that. By changing the zoning now, you negate the previous zoning, which allowed them to do so. So the Utah code that allows a charter school to go anywhere, they don't just get to drop down anywhere. They are given a lot of allowance in going places, but they still have to go through the zoning process as the school previously did. There was one additional thing that Ms. Bolger said that I want to address, and I believe it goes to a point you were bringing up, sir, which is the certificate of occupancy on the school facility was issued by the State Board of Education Construction Department. The only certificate of occupancy that exists on this building was issued by the State Office of Education for its use as a school facility. That certificate of occupancy was actually issued to Treeside itself. So there is no certificate of occupancy on the building outside of what was issued for it to be conducted as a public school, which is what Treeside is.
Thank you. And I think that's how staff likely understand. That's how I understand it, certainly relative to the current occupancy of the building and allowed uses there. Maybe just one other question for you. I might have misheard, but you referenced properties surrounding the school.
Yeah.
What were you speaking to there?
We knew to some extent, and through the legal process, we have formally learned that the surrounding property, the 12 to 15 acres on which Treeside Charter School is located at the center of, is all owned by Mike Morley via his related entities. Zion's M13 development is the entity currently named on the school site. The surrounding property is what is currently being planned for, developed as Remington Commons development, which is a large townhome development unit. Like I said, it'll be up for you guys October 28th. And that is something that was developed or came into being only fairly recently, to our knowledge at least. And what I was referencing is that the school did not know about this, that the decision of whether to allow it or not is going to be up to you. However, the updated traffic study necessary for that to be approved by your commission is inaccurate. It appears as though they have been relying on the same misinformation provided by the current landowner in their traffic study. And so the traffic study is incorrect because it was assessing the wrong things. Did that answer your question?
It did, yeah. This is the first I've heard of, proposed development on the surrounding properties. I thought that might have been what you were referencing, and yeah, I appreciate that clarification.
It's being developed by Don Mullen with the Gardner Group. It's called the Remington Commons Development.
Okay, as I understand it right now, it's maybe just a proposal. So that'll run its course. Thank you. I appreciate that. We don't often have this kind of dialogue. I'm comfortable with it. Mr. Henry, do you have a question for?
Aaron Preston for Treeside.
Commissioner Henry?
I don't. I'm just wondering if we're kind of straying off topic here. Just as the landowner is requesting the zone change, and regardless of what contracts they have with a tenant on their property, I think that's between them. We need to focus on the property owner and what they're requesting. And I feel like we're kind of way off topic here.
Okay. I appreciate that. I think we're certainly ready to move on. Do we have other people from the public that are wanting to comment?
Yes, we do. We have caller 031. You can go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I would just like to make a representation as a person who has been at Treeside Charter School. I started working there in 2018 to help the school stabilize. With anything like a new business, a music festival, or a startup company, it takes 3 years to make something viable. Now, I have a lot of experience in many parts of the world. I served on The PRAC, I understand your job, commissioners. I want to commend Commissioner Jensen because I think she is actually spot on about this particular file. I can't believe language like going under, dead, and defunct were used in this particular meeting by representatives on the Provo City planning side, on the development services side. That is basically adopting a language that simply is not true. And so Ms. Preston is one of the best school law lawyers, and we also have George Hoffman, who's an excellent lawyer. Now, this is a very odd meeting because this is a very odd file. City Provo themselves kicked out the third-party illegal tenants because if you can imagine running a school, imagine your grandchildren and your children having strangers walking around in the school because the landlord chose to go against the city rules in an A1 zoning and install for himself and for his income, which is against the IRS law, to benefit off of 501(c)(3). So this situation is very bad. And what it's going to do is make everyone descend into the parties because this landlord hasn't been straightforward. Now, Ms. Bulger tried to represent this correctly. I see someone pacing in the development service office. This has a long history. And Provo City themselves kicked out the third-party tenants. And Mr. Morley himself sued the school for getting involved in his business, the illegal third-party tenants existing in our school. We had a job to protect our charitable status and the safety of children. Now, I'm going to tell you this. If anybody on this commission in the development services have listened to our lawyer, they should. I've discussed this with Mr. Draper, the City Provo lawyer, as has our lawyer. And it took 7 months for the City of Provo to get those illegal third-party tenants without business licenses to get out of our school while we were running a business. Also, this is a premature application.
I'll give you 10 seconds to finish up.
Yep, this is a premature application. We are already running athletics as extracurricular, doesn't need to be rezoned, and we're already caring and educating children. And I am quite angry over this file.
Thank you. Time is up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to help here, but I think this might echo what Commissioner Henry said a minute ago. The question that's before the Planning Commission tonight is a relatively straightforward land use question. Included, there's some history I think that we're aware of, that some interested parties are aware of, and that type of a thing. But that's really not part of our purview on the things that we're considering. And I think probably the facts that will be considered as we move forward. So as we continue with the public comment, I'd ask people maybe just to limit their comments to the proposed zone, understanding that the people that have been operating the charter school have some concerns about the proposed change and their ability to continue to operate a charter school that seem to not be shared by Provo City and their staff. Do we have anybody else that wants to comment from the public?
No, we have no other public comments at this time.
Excellent. Commissioner Urquiaga.
Sorry, I'm going to revisit that just a little bit because I'd like to ask the city if, in their legal opinion, if there's anybody there that can speak to that, if a land use changes under a permitted business, does the business have to get permitted, or does that get grandfathered?
They should get a new business license.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
I'm sorry, who was that?
Jody Hoffman.
Certainly.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Zion's M13, also the property owner. I have a long history in land use, as Commissioner Anderson knows, and maybe others. The charter school laws was one of those things that the cities and towns of Utah opposed pretty dramatically, and because it's superseded local zoning. There isn't anything that you're going to do tonight or in the future that would affect the ability of the school to persist as a valid use under state law and under Provo law. It's Utah Code annotated 10-9A 305-7A that essentially supersedes local zoning in favor of the charter school. And what the property owner is doing at this point is actually trying to bring the property into compliance with local zoning as opposed to state zoning. Obviously, there's a dispute between the property owner and the charter school. I agree that it's really not a matter for the planning commission to be involved in. The uses that that have been complained about for the athletic facility are uses that are actually permitted in the current zoning, A15. The only use that is in addition to the uses that we're requesting is a daycare use, a preschool use that would actually be used to occupy what is now known as the school building. The property owner wishes and hopes that he's able to reach an amicable solution with the charter school, and if that's fine, great. If he's not able to do so, he's got millions and millions of dollars invested in this facility and in your local church, in your city, that shouldn't, sit doing nothing. We just chose a zone that is consistent with the general plan, with the neighborhood plan, and with the existing structures and land use paradigm that you have planned for the area. So if you have any questions about how the charter school and the state law relates, I happen to have been intimately involved in that for about 15 years of my life, and would be happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Hoffman, thank you. Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
Yeah, I just, without getting too far off topic here, in the summary of key issues in the staff report for this this item, it states that the rezone to SC2 is from A1.5 and R1.6 zones. So let me pose a hypothetical. If, let's say, tomorrow, next year, the charter school does not renew its lease and goes away, what would be permitted in that building? What kind of
currently with your current zone?
No, I'm asking city staff the answer. Sorry.
Agricultural uses, it's an agricultural 5 acre zone. So agricultural uses have a home on 5 acres. The host of agricultural uses that would be allowed in that zone that you could imagine. There's recreational uses are also allowed in that zone. Our SLU code 7400 allows for a whole host of recreational uses. Off the top of my head, those are the uses that I'm aware of, but the majority of those uses that would be allowed are agricultural in nature.
Okay. So my understanding when this came before the Planning Commission several years ago was that the zoning that was in place was superseded by the fact that this was a charter school, a state charter school, and they could essentially ignore the zoning in place. Is that correct?
That's certainly how it was represented to us, Commissioner Jensen. I'll vouch for that.
Yeah.
How it's been represented to me as well.
Because I recall it distinctly because they didn't even go through the proper review and approvals because they thought they didn't need to since it's the state and not a private entity.
If I could respond, I'm sure that's what's happened because state law superseded local law, much to the chagrin of the cities and towns in the state. But they were complying with state law. They did go through a state inspection procedure. We weren't involved at the time. We've kind of been recent adjuncts to this process. But they did go through the state process for these facilities. You're right, your building inspectors didn't inspect these buildings. The state building official did. Of course, the state building official was inspecting according to the same code that your local building official would inspect to. But we absolutely agree that if a use changes under the proposed zone, or if someday the charter school is gone, that all of your local laws and the inspections and requirements apply, and including your parking requirements. And they'd have to comply with everything that Provo requires.
I could just say one quick thing, just for clarification. They do not have a permit with the city for this for this school. It is my understanding, staff's understanding, that the building requirements don't apply here, but requirements like height and setbacks would.
I appreciate that, Ms. Hoffman. I appreciate the clarification that you've given. Commissioner Jensen, are there any other things related to that you want to take any deeper?
It just brings up a train of thought that if it's a charter school and it was built to be a charter school facility, if that is what it was intended to be, and the state have participation in that, I find it surprising that the state would so quickly decide to not continue to operate a charter school after making a significant investment in the site.
Can I respond to that? I'm sorry.
I'll tell you what, if you can be really, really quick, yes, but we are going to move on really soon.
No problem. I will respond to that. The state didn't provide any, as far as I know, the state doesn't have any funding for this project. It's all private funding. It is built under the state charter code. And I want to point out that although the charter school says they are at very high capacity for their students, last year they did declare bankruptcy, which is a default under the loans with the property owner. So although they may think they're doing super well, that's scary for the property owner. And they did, in a settlement agreement that's now being disputed in litigation, agree to be out of the property by summer of next year. So although maybe it seems like we're moving quickly or prematurely, the property owner does have some significant stress and worry that they're not going to be able to pay for these properties once the charter school is potentially gone. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Jensen, anything else?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Henry.
So just from a planning perspective, it's really a planning question. Changing the code doesn't affect their ability to operate the school. I do have some questions, but I don't think they're relevant to what our purview is, which is the zone change best for the neighborhood? Is it best going forward? Obviously, there's an existing thing here that has to do with the state that isn't affected by that. If the school were to go away, whatever private entity were to come in there, I'm assuming they would have to get a zone change anyway. And for me, I think planning is setting the zone for what we hope goes in there. And so I feel like I don't see any issue making the zone change because it doesn't hurt the school's functioning. We have no jurisdiction over their legal dispute. So if any other counselor has any comment or anything, I'd rather make a motion.
Maybe before we go there, I appreciate that. Let me just go ahead and ask one more time if any commissioners have any additional questions, maybe of the applicant or of staff. Commissioner Jensen?
Yeah, I don't have a question. I just have a comment. If the charter school is operating just fine under its current zoning, if let's say it left that facility a year from now, then at that time, let me backtrack a sec. The Southwest Neighborhood Plan that was adopted into the general plan had what designation for this property for future lessons?
So yeah, the Southeast Neighborhoods Plan has an MDR, medium density residential recommended future land use.
Right. So it was not commercial, correct?
No, but the medium density residential section of that code says it's recommended that commercial uses also be permitted in this area.
So more of a mixed use environment.
Yeah, and that's the general plan designation for the property.
I don't know. I have real heartburn with changing the zoning to commercial. Just because of the process that the neighborhood went through to establish what they wanted to see happen there. And I don't see any reason to change it, quite honestly. If the charter school can operate under either one, and it's not supported by the future land use plan to make that commercial, I don't think I can support it. That convinced me otherwise.
Well, I can see that we have a couple of other commissioners that want to comment. I'm going to jump in real quick first. I think I mentioned that as I read through this earlier today, I felt like it was, really simple and straightforward. Now I'm feeling like at a minimum it's premature. Understanding that there's some proposed development and maybe of some size or consequence that's proposed for properties that are immediately adjacent to this, and that we're going to see that on an agenda in the near future. I'd be only comfortable continuing this so that we can review this proposal, maybe in the context of other things that are in the works for the area as well. I don't feel necessarily like there's any urgent need to act, in any kind of haste with the proposal. It certainly seems like a situation where a property owner made an investment, with a certain expectation and hope, and now that might be somewhat in question, and they're looking for a zone change to maybe solidify their ability to continue to realize a return on that investment. And I think those are probably not the most appropriate things for us to use in decision making relative to the most appropriate land use. At the same time, like I said as well, I'd love to see some bona fide commercial uses in this part of the community, but it sounds like that and how this property might fit into that could largely be determined by what happens around this property. So that being said, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Oh, I just wanted to have a little point of clarification that the federal bankruptcy filing showed that they did have a unpaid loan from the state and unpaid state property taxes when they filed bankruptcy in I guess it's 2019.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Urquiaga?
I was going to say, like you, that I feel like this is premature. And I can understand the property owner having some concerns. But as long as the lease is being paid, then I don't see that there's any urgency to making a change at this point. And continuing it leaves it open, so that they could come back. I would continue it indefinitely myself.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
I just wanted to say, I think that this seems like a great land use as a buffer to a medium density residential area. But I'm not sure that SC2 is the right designation. Just, I know that the current land use is a good buffer, and even the proposed land use would be, but I'm not sure that changing the zoning is the right thing. And we've talked about this before, as we talked about other areas that could be zoned for shopping center use in other parts of the city, that without a proposal, even though this is an area that seems to be good, without something imminent, some land use change that is for sure and that is coming before us with a concept plan, I just don't think it's a necessary change. So I guess I'm agreeing with everybody and just putting in my 2 cents.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Jensen. I don't see any other raised hands. Any other comments? We're going to go kind of quick here. I don't see, again, anybody. Lisa Jensen.
I just had a question. I was thinking of the continuation indefinitely. What does that mean? Like, is that something we can actually do? Do we just, we can't, we have to say we're going to continue it until the applicant does something or brings something forward, right? We have to give them a date.
Mr. Larson, do you want to give us some guidance there?
Based on the discussion, we assumed that you wanted to see this or would like to see this when the residential project comes before you, to see them both at the same time. I'm not positive that residential project will be on the next agenda because that agenda is filling up really fast. It might be the one after that, but it would be probably one of those next 2 meetings. Is that what was intended by the Planning Commission?
I'm thinking more like what's going to happen to the south, so that we know, why would we want to put a shopping center zone in the middle of an area that's going to be all residential or never going to be anything but agriculture? I don't know. We were thinking more of a bigger picture.
Well, the land use map does show the property to the south being SC1, and staff wouldn't anticipate deviating from that. Any type of plan we put together would be very subjective. It would be very much a guess, but we would anticipate SC1 to the south, because that's what the neighborhood plan calls for.
Lisa, are you by chance thinking east when you say south?
No, I'm thinking south.
South, okay.
I don't know that it's fair to make this rezoning request pending on the residential that's to the east, that supposedly might come forward to the east. I'm mostly hesitant because there isn't a concept plan or an imminent land use change. There's a discussion about it, but as far as we know, nobody has declared that they're leaving.
Okay. Thank you. Back to the other Commissioner Jensen, Deborah.
Need a new last name, huh? I would, I am hearing from my fellow commissioners that it seems we don't have anything specific we want the applicant to bring back to us. We just aren't on board, not knowing what is proposed for the surrounding territory. We're not on board with changing the zoning for the existing charter school. So my recommendation would be that we recommend denial of the zone change. at this hearing. I don't see a purpose in continuing it.
Commissioner Jensen, I really appreciate that. I also really appreciate Commissioner Henry's patience and letting us have some additional dialogue. But in as much as he was ready to make a motion before, I'd really like to go back. Commissioner Henry, do you want to take the first swipe at making a motion on this?
No, I believe this has been a good discussion. I mean, to be frank, I agree that I feel we're being premature because the school could stay, the school could go. We don't know what's going in there. There's just not enough information. I feel kind of in line that I'm almost feeling like a denial as well.
Well, the floor is yours if you want to go in that direction.
I'm going to pass it to Deborah. Deborah, if you want to make a motion.
You're muted.
Sorry, too many buttons here to push. Okay. Item 5. I propose, or my motion is that we recommend a denial of the zone change. Item 5, Jody Hoffman requests a zone change from the agricultural A1.5 and one family residential R1.6 zones to community shopping center SC2 zone located at 1724 South State Street to allow the charter school to be used as a preschool and a recreational use in the Spring Creek neighborhood. So that would be a recommendation to municipal council to deny the zone change.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I will second.
I think that was Commissioner Urquiaga. Is that right? Okay, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? I don't see anybody raising hands, so I should have every name memorized here in a particular order. I don't, so Commissioner Knudsen.
Aye.
I will vote aye as well. Commissioner Henry.
Aye.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Nay.
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga.
Aye.
And Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
Aye.
Thank you. So that was all aye except for one. And the motion carries. So moving on, I'm seeing that it's 9:24. That was item 5. I now wish I would have mentioned this earlier. We have 2 other applications it looks like that involve applicants other than city staff. So we'll go ahead and dive into those in hopes of getting through them before we cut things off for tonight. Item number 6, Mike and Lori Clark request an ordinance text amendment to section 14.50, parentheses 20.150 to increase the permissible lot coverage from 30% to 35%. Dustin Wright.
All right. Thank you. So this is an ordinance text amendment that the applicant is bringing forward to amend the text in the Del Coronado Pro Zone. That request is pretty straightforward. This zone, I'll show you a map of where it's actually located. It's this orange area here. It's about an acre within the city. And the project that he's looking to do is on the 2 parcels here. He owns those and would like to put some single family homes there. The lot width and the lot size on these are quite small, and that was written into that pro zone. One of the issues he's looking at is to be able to put single family homes on there. He's looking at some issues with the lot coverage requirement that's currently in that zone, and it reads that it allows for 30% of the lot to be covered with a structure, and he's requesting that that be increased to 35% so that he can make that work. Staff feels that this is a reasonable request. It only affects these properties, and it will allow for those single-family homes to be built. So staff's recommendation is to forward a positive recommendation to the City Council for this ordinance text amendment, and that it, so that's staff's recommendation. And if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I see Commissioner Urquiaga.
Yes, I'm just kind of curious. I'm aware that in a lot of the other zoning areas in the city, the coverage is 40%. Is there a reason why this was so low?
Yeah, that's a good point. So in our residential single-family zones, like you can see around this property, those zones have a 40% requirement, like you mentioned. And so I'm not exactly sure what the reason behind the 30% on these two parcels within this pro zone, but that's what's there. And I think that's a good point to point out, is that those 40% requirements seem to work well within all our other residential zones.
I would be in favor of just making it 40% in conformity with what is around it on other lots. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner Urquiaga. Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Wright? I'm going to jump in. Lot coverage. What all is included there? Just all impermeable? Or is it building?
In this case, it's referring to structures.
Okay.
So principal structure or an accessory shed or something like that would count.
About how large are the two lots that we're talking about here?
The applicant might know the answer to that. I know the lot width is actually quite small, especially on one of the lots. It's 40 feet wide, so that's quite small. So I think that might answer Commissioner Urquiaga's question too. Some of the rationale as to why maybe they did 30% was just because these lots are typically smaller than a different single family lot. But again, that's just for this specific site here, and it's not for others throughout the city.
These lots were created when the apartment project was approved. It was part of that.
Correct. Yeah. So if you're familiar with the pro zones, those are essentially established for one specific project in mind. So in this one, it was called the Del Coronado project, and that consisted of about 21 apartments and then 2 single family lots. And that's what they were able to fit on this site and get that zone approved. And so at this time, they're looking to, the apartments are already built, and they're just looking to finally build those single family homes there.
I'll just interject. If you look straight across to the west on 500 East, those 2 lots on that corner look like they're no bigger than the ones in the pro zone.
These over here?
Yes. Probably a little bit more depth, but.
Yeah, and it's, yeah, that's possible. They could be pretty similar to those.
Okay, any other questions of the applicant? I'm sorry, of staff. Any other questions of staff? Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
It seems to me that this is, I think we did something similar where the setbacks are going to take care of this lot coverage requirement, because as long as it's not right on top of the building next to it, it's going to be protected, or we're going to be protected, because the setbacks will really dictate how much of the lot it can cover, especially when the lot is so small. Am I incorrect in assuming that?
Yeah, so the way that they wrote the zone was to have a 20-foot side yard setback, which is twice as much as the other single family neighborhoods, I guess. So there's 20 feet that they would put on one side yard, and then the other side yard, if it's adjacent to a property outside of the pro zone. So for example, this property, they'd put that 20-foot setback there. And then this side of the property there, this is all going to be, or already is, parking lots. So the setbacks, like you said, will be taken care of as far as
what's the setback requirement on the north end? If it's 20 on the south, like, you're going to have a 10-foot wide house.
Yeah, it's 20 feet and then 0. So it just says 20 feet on one side. So then the other side.
Oh, so it's a 0 lot line?
Yeah.
Okay. Still very small. Okay. Thank you.
Dustin, it's taken me a while to kind of get my bearings on this. The apartment building that we're talking about, that's been there for a really long time, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's been there for a while.
So did they just do the pro zone to create these lots? Is that what it was?
So the pro zone was done back in 2008. So after that, the apartments got built, and then they built a shed right here in the middle. This is going to get demolished, and then the single family homes will be able to go on those lots that were originally created for that.
These apartments have been built in the last 15 years.
Correct.
You're saying, boy, I thought they were older than that. Okay. Any other questions for staff? I don't see any. Are either Mr. or Mrs. Clark here tonight?
I am. Can you hear me?
Can hear you well.
Clark.
Yeah. Do you have anything you'd like to share? Anything you'd like to add?
If I may, first of all, I many thanks to Dustin in helping me through a process that was very new to me, and appreciate your time. I don't want to contradict him, but I do believe that those apartments have been there for at least 40 years. They're quite old. And we purchased they made the pro zone, and then within the last few months, we purchased the lots, and came up against it. When I purchased them, I had no idea what a pro zone was, and that's probably my fault. I just assumed that these were the same zoning as everything around it, and then discovered that the permitted lot coverage really wouldn't allow for a home big enough with, it also has to have a 2-car enclosed garage. So as we get there, because it's so small, to start with, the answer to the question, how big is the lot? It's 3,511 square feet. The smallest one is. And I would have asked for 40, but I didn't want to seem greedy. I just want to be able to build a home on it, and 35 would make it work for me. So I appreciate the commissioner that said, well, why don't we do 40? The reality is that the setbacks do close in the buildable area, and all it would do is extend the length of a building to the 0 lot line on the east or on the back of the property. So it really wouldn't encroach into the side yard and the front yard.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd love to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. We will start with Commissioner Urquiaga.
Yes, Mr. Clark. So if if we were to say 40%, you would be limited to some extent, but it would give you a little bit more flexibility.
I think so. The 35 would add just under 9 feet to the back of what I can do. You're correct that the width is under 21 feet. It's about 20 feet 8 inches. And if you went to 40, all it would really do is add another, I think, 4 feet that would be possible to be built in the buildable area that's then surrounded by the setbacks. So that's part of the reason I just didn't go any further. The 4 feet just isn't that much more. And again, I don't want to seem greedy.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Jensen.
So I looked this property up on Google Maps, and I just want to find out from Mr. Clark, is the white vinyl fence the south border of these 2 lots, or is it beyond that?
That is correct.
Okay, because the question that it raises is it's not obvious from looking at it. It looks like it's all parking lot for the apartment building. So if you use that space that's subdivided for these lots and build 2 houses on it, you're going to lose several parking spaces. How is that going to affect your parking for the apartment buildings?
So I don't want to seem insensitive, but I'm just the lot owners. I assume that was I know that the apartment has parking behind, and I believe that was planned for already. But I don't own the apartment buildings, so I couldn't answer that, to be honest.
Thank you.
If I may interject, part of a good portion of that area, there is it used to be a pool, then it was made into a racquetball court area that has to be demolished. But I don't want to dismiss the idea that some parking would be lost, because it would be.
So
go ahead.
So the north end of that racquetball building is the north end of your property that you own?
Not entirely. So they will get some parking when the building is demolished, because that would then, where it sits now, would probably add, I don't want to guess at how many spaces, but it would add spaces where the building is. About half of that building is in the land that was sold to me. The other half would be the apartment owners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jensen. Any other questions for the applicant? I think maybe while we give that a second, I've got one for staff again. When the Pro Zone was approved, did anyone provide any renderings, examples of what these homes would look like? Anything like that at all? Are there any architectural requirements or expectations that come into play that provide some assurance that what gets built is going to be a good addition to the neighborhood?
So I've read through the Pro Zone for the Del Coronado project. I didn't see anything different than what we would have in a single family neighborhood or zone across the street, other than those different setbacks and lot coverage. The parking is mentioned in there is requiring 2 covered parking spaces. That's similar to our R110 zone. As far as design of the single family home, it would just follow the same design guidelines in our code that any other single family home would follow. But I'm not aware of if there's any specific look that these have to meet.
Got it. And I guess here's kind of where I'm coming from, and I understand, a text amendment about lot coverage doesn't necessarily translate into a specific design for a home. But I had a similar thought as we had a discussion about changing the minimum lot size requirement for the project that we recently approved over on 5th West, pretty small lot. just relative to really wanting, if the change like this is going to be made, to get off on the right foot and to understand very clearly what the result's going to be. And especially when we're talking about a lot that is this small, having a 21-foot wide building envelope to work with and that sort of a thing. Having something even fairly simple, relative to some type of proposed home design, building elevation, something like that. Certainly not fully developed building plans. At least for me, that wouldn't be necessary. But just almost as a matter of routine, that's something that I'd certainly like to see when we're asked to consider changes like this. Even though I understand that this is not property specific, this would then translate into something citywide, but I'd love to make sure we're at least getting off on the right foot and to have that additional level of detail from an applicant. That's just my thought. And if anybody on the commission disagrees, please feel free to weigh in. But I don't see any other raised hands right now. So we'll go ahead. Maybe Commissioner Henry.
Just a quick question. When we say this applies citywide, isn't this pro zone basically these properties, and that's really the only place this zone applies?
Yes, that's correct. It applies to these properties that we see here. The reason why it's listed citywide is because it's an ordinance text amendment. So anytime we change the city code, that's a citywide impact, even though in this case, we can tell that it's this 1 acre of land within the city.
Right, okay. And then just one quick thought. Obviously, we'll go through the site plan approval later. So actually, I don't have a question. I'll save it for then.
Well, I appreciate that catch and clarification, Commissioner Henry. And I guess honestly, for me, that probably makes me want to see the result of what this change would be, even more than if it were applied on a broader scale. But that being said, it's getting kind of late. Let's go ahead and open the public hearing.
Okay, I don't have any comments right now, but let's give it about 15 seconds. Oh, am I still on mute? No public comments.
Okay, wonderful. Open and closed there. Commissioners, any additional questions, comments, discussion? If not, okay, Lisa Jensen.
Sorry to disappoint you because you were ready to be done with this, but I just wanted to throw out that I don't understand why this was ever approved if it wasn't conducive to having a lot size, like to have a house on it. I know that we're trying to phase out the use of pro zones, or we've talked about the idea of maybe pro zones not being the best solution in Provo. But this is a good example of how they're advantageous because we can tweak them without citywide consequences. We can make them more property specific. So I feel less stressed about doing this. I love what Mr. Henry said about it would be really nice to see some renderings so we could see it's always nice to know that if you're going to make exceptions, that it's actually going to enhance the neighborhood. We've made some exceptions recently on lot sizes and other things where the property looked like it was really, the project looked like it was really going to improve the neighborhood and bring life into the neighborhood. And this is certainly an area of the city that could use a boost like that. All the homes around are very small. A big apartment complex with no frills is not screaming, come live here. And so it would be nice to know that this is going to do something that's going to improve it instead of just be another place with four walls. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if we ask him to bring something to us before we approve anything, because I don't think we have any jurisdiction. There's no concept plan. It's two individual lots. So he should just be able to subdivide it, and that all gets done with staff. Is that correct, Mr. Wright?
So the lot's already subdivided. He could come in today and
Get a building permit.
And build some homes. He's just looking to be able to go, and he could, and Mr. Clark could probably tell us the number of feet that the home would be. You know, I think he said 4 feet wider than it could under the 30%. So
It was 9 feet wider, and 40 would only add 4 on top of that.
Yeah, the 35% added 9. That's right. So the
Forgive
question,
me.
I guess, for us as we discuss this, do we need to see pictures of what he has in mind? Because we have no control over whether that's what he builds, or do we just need to do the math and say, yeah, that seems reasonable for this neighborhood and what else is happening around it, and decide whether the math works out? That it seems like the issue. I'm done talking.
Thank you, Commissioner Jensen. So I guess maybe I have a comment and a question for the applicant here. First of all, it seems like, at least we haven't heard anybody yet object to what you're wanting to do. In fact, I like the suggestion that we don't stop at 35% and that we go to 40. I feel fairly strongly that we owe it to the neighborhood to be comfortable with some details about what gets built there, and as much as we might still be able to have a little bit of oversight on that. And I think that as an amendment to a pro zone, having some architecture required is legal and appropriate. And I'll let staff correct me if I'm wrong on that, but would you have any concern about bringing back just some concepts, something that we could maybe tie to the pro zone approval?
I would love to do that and have no objection at all. I actually have it ready. I have some drawings ready, and then I have pictures of similar properties. If I could just correct one item, the setbacks will not allow me to make it any wider. I can only make it longer. But I have those ready. I could send them tonight, but I think people want to get to bed. But
I suspect. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I cut you off. Forgive me.
I was going to say he could hold it up in front of the camera and we could call it.
Right. I think if we were to have this on another agenda real soon, it would go pretty quickly, and we haven't necessarily heard from all of our commission colleagues. But I'd love to do that. I'd feel better about what we're doing for the neighborhood if we took the time to do that. And I think it could probably be pretty brief. So that's my 2 cents real quick. Any other questions or comments from any commissioners? Commissioner Urquiaga.
I'm actually ready to make a proposal if nobody objects.
I don't see any other hands, please.
Okay. I propose that we continue item number 6. Mike and Lori Clark request an ordinance text amendment to section 14.50 paren 20.150 to increase the permissible lot coverage from 30 to 35% in the Mazer neighborhood for 2 weeks until our next meeting. And I would also like to recommend that we change the number to 40% and ask the applicant to come back with just rough architectural renderings.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. That was Commissioner Lisa Jensen. Any discussion on the motion? I don't see any hands going up, so we'll go ahead and go through the roll call. We'll start with Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga.
Aye.
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Henry.
Aye.
I vote aye, and Commissioner Knutson.
Aye.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Clark, thank you. We appreciate you accommodating us with those elevations.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I've got 9:51. We have one more item that involves some outside folks. What do you think?
Let's do it.
Any objections to that? Got a couple of let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's appropriate. I really do appreciate that. So diving in, item number 7, Ryan Livingston requests a zone change from R110 to low density residential for approximately 1.7 acres located at 1320 South, 1080 East to accommodate single family and twin homes. Mr. Ardmore.
Aaron, you're on mute.
Thank you. So again, thank you for hearing this item tonight. The area here is on 1320 South. You may recall recent developments here on the Livingston townhomes to the west. Condo development here in the MDR zone to the east. And then this pro zone is starting to be built out to the north, and the new city park is also to the north. So this road has been built to this point up to, I think, here where it's kind of gravel, and then the road here continues. So this whole area is developing. Recently, so the city has owned this parcel and this due to the substation. Recently, our property manager, Tara Riddle, went in front of the city council with a site plan, this site plan, to allow the sale of the property to this developer to develop twin homes and single family homes on this kind of remaining property that the substation was never going to use as kind of an infill development. So the applicant has asked for low density residential zone to accommodate this, which permits single family detached and single family attached homes. The density of this development is about 10.5 units per acre. So underneath the 15 or 12, actually the 12 proposed to the LDR zone. Has that passed city council? So recently the council amended the LDR zone from 15 units maximum to 12 units maximum. So it still fits in that zone. In addition to that, the applicant, even though he has less than 20 units, is still providing some amenity space with pickleball court on the south side, which is kind of a remainder space anyway. But he's provided a pickleball court there and some visitor parking. You could see here on the single family detached, he's kind of got a open space shared within that area for those single family homes. Required parking under the code would be 41 spaces. He's proposing 46. The city staff feels like this is a great infill development, making use of kind of an awkward remainder piece of land that the city had surplused. We feel it's appropriate for the area as it would provide additional housing types where you've got condos, apartments, and townhomes. Now you've got some kind of lower density to mix in with that, providing a range of densities within this South State corridor is something that the council has highlighted as these have come to them. So we feel that it's meeting those goals, and I'll take any questions if you have them.
Any questions for Mr. Ardmore? I think I know the answer. I'll jump in real quick. Anything on proposed building design? Do we have anything?
There's no elevations, but with the LDR, there is design standards in 1434-287 that they'll be held to. We don't have any elevations at this time.
Okay. I saw a few hands that seemed to maybe have gone away real quick. Commissioner Henry.
For clarification, it looks like, do those front doors face the back of the property across the top, those twin homes?
So you've got garage access off the private road here, and you've got sidewalk front entries facing towards the north. That's correct.
Is that going to be a street eventually across the top of that property?
No, that's adjacent to the townhome development to the north.
Oh, okay, got it. And so that fire lane access is never going to go through. That's just, it's a dead end with a fire access instead of a cul-de-sac.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
So to follow up on that then, on the north property line, no fence, no wall, nothing. It's just open into the adjacent development?
I believe there will be some sort of fence or wall. Those details would get worked out in the project plan, but I can't imagine that'd be open to the neighboring development here.
No concerns about having a sidewalk adjacent maybe to a wall? Having a corridor like that?
Again, those things would be worked out in the project plan. I think tonight we're just looking at the zone change.
So I think you said it well. Once the zoning's approved, whatever the LDR zone requires gets imposed, and whatever it doesn't require doesn't. So I guess I'm concerned about the order of events. We started the agenda tonight with a project that conforms to the LDR zone, and but for maybe an open space requirement, but I wouldn't say that was by any means beautiful. So I'd love to dive into those details maybe sooner than later. Commissioner Jensen.
Just to verify with Mr. Ardmore, will we see this again at the project plan phase, or is that done by staff?
You would see this at project plan phase.
So we just need to decide if LDR is a good designation tonight.
Correct.
I feel like now's a good time for me to give you my opinion on that. I have no idea why this site would ever be zoned R110. It's next to a power substation and a railroad track and a bus depot. And I feel like a higher density use is nice there. There's other higher density uses around. There's a park nearby as a nice starter neighborhood feel. And I think if we hold it to some good design standards that will be required of it, that we could get a nice project here that doesn't have front doors facing nothing, but that's something we can discuss at another time.
Commissioner Jensen, when you say we can hold it to some good design standards, what do you mean by that?
I guess I'm saying that the LDR zone standards will take care of some of our concerns, but you're right, there aren't any design standards aside from what we're going to say when we see it at project plan phase.
Right, so just to be clear, and I agree. I think this is a needed and a good use for the area, and I think the zone change is good. But depending on what some of the details of the design end up being, it could be really good or it could be a foul ball. And if it meets the provisions of the code, it gets approved. So I don't even necessarily like the idea of these coming back for project plan approval. I think it's intended maybe to give some people warm fuzzies, like we get a bite at the apple, but really it's just a matter of if they meet the regulations that are in place, there's nothing that we can do to make any changes. So that's kind of the essence of it.
Does that mean you'd prefer to address the rezoning when you have a more definite project plan before us, that we could do both simultaneously like we've done with other projects?
Precisely, exactly, yeah. So Commissioner Urquiaga.
I would agree. I like seeing them both together. I like this area to have the single family. We've got so many like 1-2 bedroom apartments that are going into that area. So this is a nice infill. I'm really glad to see this. I don't like the fronts going to basically a fence. I just kind of feel like those types of approaches, especially winter, dark times, and in a neighborhood that is maybe not as secure because of what surrounds it, might be problematic. So I would prefer not to have, as the developers looking at the design plan, not having the front doors opening up into a blank area would probably be better. But I like the idea of having an LDR zone here. I would be happy to vote for it if it had a good plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Urquiaga. I don't see any other hands, so we'll go ahead and invite the applicants. Mr. Livingston, anybody else here with us tonight? I don't see anybody. Is that how it?
The Livingstons should be in there.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, yes, I can see you now.
Okay.
Yeah, if I recall right, we did have some elevations on this. Our idea for the area was just to have some single family homes and then some multifamily. But our vision is to have some curb appeal, like maybe some brick on a porch, some nicer upgrades, maybe some metal on the roof. But we wanted to make all the single family homes a little bit different and not the same. I do see your concern as far as the sidewalk to the north, but I think that can be revised and we can think through that. I don't think that should be a problem.
Thank you. And just to maybe use that as an example, if that were some kind of an open fence maybe or something like that, I think that for me would help me feel a lot more comfortable with it, versus maybe a solid wall or some things like that. You've heard at least from several commissioners tonight that we think this is a good direction to go with the zoning. It sounds like the council is somewhat familiar, at least probably really familiar with what you want to do here. If you were to put some more detail into a project plan and bring that back to us in subsequent weeks, how would you feel about that?
That would be fine.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Henry.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Livingston, is the intent here to have basically no private yards? Will they all be like HOA maintained yards? I'm not seeing fences and stuff that way.
That's correct. HOA and maintained as a whole.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Henry. Commissioner Lisa Jensen.
Along the same lines, so the roads will also be maintained privately. The trash pickup will be private. Everything will be with an HOA fee that will be covering it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I think if you come back with a plan that addresses some of these things we've talked about, then that will save you a step. You know that we want a pedestrian-friendly road frontage. We don't want we don't want garages facing the road. We want people facing the road. We want it to feel like a safe open space. And we want your open space to be useful so that your residents can enjoy it instead of having it just count towards a number somewhere. Does anyone else have suggestions for him if we're asking for more information?
If I can interject, Lisa, there actually isn't open space requirement with this because it is below 20 units. So he's just providing kind of a courtyard open space idea.
Thank you for clarifying that, Aaron.
Yep.
which, and I don't want to beat the dead horse, but that's partly why just some more detail now I think would be helpful. You could do a fabulous job of providing some very useful amenities for residents with a small amount of space in a courtyard like what it looks they are planning for here. Or unfortunately, I work with people all the time that just blow it. And I don't mean to be distrustful or sound distrustful of this applicant at all, but I think it's part of our job to try to make sure that things get buttoned up at the appropriate time and the projects turn out as good as they can. So Commissioner Urquiaga.
I was just going to commend the developer for adding in amenity space, even though it's not required. I like the tot lot and the 2 picnic areas and the pickleball court. It seems like a good use of space. So I see things that make me really hopeful that what comes back will be nice.
Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
Thank you. I just want to comment that I appreciate the different housing typologies he's chosen to put on the site rather than what we usually see, just multifamily buildings or townhomes. I think this is a really nice variety. It starts to fit into that missing middle housing category that we so desperately need here. So I think it's, once we see the architecture or some of the renderings of the site plan, I think from what I can see so far, it looks like a very nice potential project.
Commissioners, anybody else before we open the public hearing? I don't see any. So staff, can you please get us started there?
Okay, I don't have any public comments right now, but let's give it about 20 seconds. No public comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. So we will close the public hearing. Any other discussion among the commission? If not, I'm certainly ready to entertain a motion.
I'd be happy to make a motion.
Okay, thank you. I think that was Lisa Jensen.
I would like to make a motion that we continue this item. Ryan Livingston requests a zone change from R110 to low density residential for approximately 1.7 acres located at 1320 South, 1080 East to accommodate single family and twin homes in the Spring Creek neighborhood. I think we would be happy to see it in 2 weeks and have it be accompanied with some renderings or a project plan. I don't know if that's something we can do in 2 weeks though. If it needs to have a different application for that, staff.
Because of the fullness of that agenda, we would suggest that it be not the next meeting.
We could maybe just say at the earliest available opportunity, hopefully the meeting after that. And my hope is that we're not necessarily causing the applicant to take any more time from now to being able to enter construction, but just letting the zoning and the project plan approval go through together with the idea that they still have to come through with project plan approval at some point in time. But I'd love to see this move forward quick. I think it's a great concept.
I would second the motion with that caveat at the earliest possible.
Are you comfortable with that, Lisa?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what we could actually ask of them. It seemed too early to say 2 weeks, so.
Yeah. Okay, excellent. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? I don't see any. So we'll start this time with Commissioner Knutson.
Aye.
I vote aye. Commissioner Henry,
Aye.
Commissioner Lisa Jensen,
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Urquiaga,
Aye.
and Commissioner Deborah Jensen.
Aye.
Okay. Boy, thanks everybody. Thank you, Mr. Livingston. I have 11 after 10 o'clock. I understand that then we would just continue the next 2 items, perhaps as well, just to the next, maybe 3 items to the next available agenda. Does that sound right?
I believe so.
Okay, great. Does staff want a motion for that?
No, I don't think we need a motion.
Okay. Boy, I really appreciate everybody. Thanks. I think we're ready to adjourn unless anybody has anything else they want to touch on. Okay.
I want to
We're
ask
adjourned.
Bill how big the agenda is going to be now that we continued half of this agenda.
10 to 12 items.
Hopefully at least 4 of them will be
combined
fast
together
though.
items? Is 10 to 12 include the ones that just got continued?
There's like 6 on there already, and then we continued. How many tonight?
How many got continued tonight? 3, 4, 5? There's about 6 on there already. So whatever got.
There's
we'll have
8
about
now,
12.
Bill.
8 now. Yeah, we continued 2.
Okay. Sorry, we did our best.
We just filled up those
So late.
extra meeting agendas, right? It's a good thing
Yeah, it's
we're
good
on
thing
board
we're
with
having
that.
2 extra meetings.
We can use them. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks again, everybody.
I
Sorry.
think we need to move to adjourn.
Yeah.
I'll
motion
second that.
adjourn.
That was a motion by Commissioner Urquiaga, second by Deborah Jensen. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Unanimous. Thanks again.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.